Not a lot of time to go. We're gonna need to begin about 10 to 12 minutes per item. And of course, the first one. But let's go ahead and get going. Flagstone Stormwater Culverts.
So do you all may remember, we had some concerns after hearing that portions of that big 4x4 flagstone culvert that runs north to south between Fourth and Fifth had areas that some of the roof covering was breaking and other concerns. So we had this study done. It was a very well done report that was provided to the UEB. The UEB was all very happy with what was there, thought it was concise, provided all the information needed. So I provided in the packet a breakdown of what the consultant found as high concerns, so that we could see it's looking at about $500,000, let's say just under that, to try to get all 12 of the high concern areas. I think the first question or referral idea would be that request, I should say, or direction to staff is if the rest of the Board of Trustees thought that the study was in good shape and worth then just bringing a resolution to the next board meeting to accept that study. And then it's moving on to the actual work that's involved in the study. And in this case, the UEB had a chance to review it and came up with some thoughts of what we might do. One is we have these 12 areas of concern. Can we look at them from a perspective of are some less concerning and others more concerning? And say there were a handful that were looked to be more concerning, should we prioritize those? The town engineer mentioned looking at them from a perspective of where they're located and maybe focusing on that to reduce the cost of mobilization and things like that. I think again, from the staff perspective, what we're really going to be looking for tonight is just whether or not you want the UEB to start looking at the idea of increasing the stormwater fund to help pay for this, or modifying the how the stormwater fee is collected. So that could be up for discussion if we got there. If study itself is just to be discussed, then maybe we won't have time for that tonight. But the other one then is whether we should start looking for grants for this, and whether you want to try to prioritize getting some work done this year or really focus on it for the budget, knowing that most of the concern appears to have been there for a number of years. We probably would be okay until next year, but one never knows. I think at that, I'd leave it then to discussion from the trustees.
Anything else additional?
Say the only other thing I mentioned that the county engineer did talk about doing other lower priority projects in concert with some of the higher priority ones, you know, if they're in the same general area. So that could actually increase the cost a little bit. But overall, I think hearing captured, but we were very happy with the study.
Questions, thoughts, comments?
Would there be? UEB talked about what Jim just said, perhaps grouping these into those critical projects and anything else in that area first, and then doing another work to, you know, concentrate the workforce. But would there also be some savings if you did all 12 of the critical items at one time, as opposed to doing them in two phases? So time period they recommended to address these was 2 to 3 years for the ones that are most critical. So if we did phase 1 in 2026, but then did phase 2 in 2027 or 2028, you can save them a little bit of money up front, but they have to mobilize twice, that type of thing. So
Yes, I would think whatever the mobilization costs they want to add in that you would save. I don't know percentage, but few $1,000s probably if you could do it all at once versus twice even.
materials and construction costs, wait 2 years for the second phase. Since it's been going down, they're probably pretty slim. Since it's been going up, it's probably pretty big. So
Yeah. Do we have a overall cost if we did hire? Whether low or high criticality, I mean, was there, I was looking through, I didn't see a figure that came.
We'd have to add them all up. I don't have that right in front of me, what all the different options.
My point is, I don't like to do things piecemeal. I mean, you end up staging things, getting things back to normal, then you gotta go back the next year and retake it up again. So if there was a way to group these, maybe starting from the top down perhaps, but I'd have to see the total budget to understand that. So that cost.
What was the estimate in the stormwater master plan in 2016 for the whole thing top to bottom? 6 million back then or something like that.
Even more, I think that one was up at. Yeah, maybe it was 6 million. That did include getting easements and other.
That was 8 years ago. So
And I think that was for increasing it to the capacity. If I
It wasn't just the repair.
Or was it just the repair?
It wasn't, no, it wasn't just the repair.
upstream.
So the 6 million was the total redo the entire line rather than repair it.
Yeah, or resting that.
And they had other, again, the idea of getting easement to go underneath, making it a bigger box culvert. Even working down further south because the portion from Broadway down is really the bottleneck, so there was a lot more involved in that one. Than just the repairs.
I think you need to understand it's, culverts can only handle about 5 years from that.
Well, and that was my question, so it's just replacing, putting new lids on and fixing the existing. Does it make sense to look at recent capacity while they're doing that, or is that just get?
This area is not the limiting hydraulic capacity for the whole culvert. The limiting factor is gonna be once you get right here at the back at Broadway. And that's where it greatly reduces. So that's an area that we haven't looked at. It's actually standard concrete pipe that goes from Broadway to the creek. That all before had appeared to be in okay shape. So that would be a completely separate project to really look at increasing it. You could look at what the hydraulic capacity is just of the portion that is breaking, but that's already much greater than the actual bottleneck area that's in a different part of the culvert drain.
One of the break points breaks, the capacity is down to something close to it for everything up north, right?
If it's enough to actually block the whole thing, then maybe it's bubbling up over the ground there.
So how long does this buy us if we do the whole project? 20 years, 30 years, 5 years?
We haven't looked at, again, what the whole project is. 100 years, I mean, most of it, the culvert itself has been there since the 1800s. So it depends if we want to look at actually switching it from some of the flagstone and putting in newer actual concrete precast material, then you're looking at even more than 100 years. But I would say again, we've seen some of the flagstone last for 100 years. So as far as capacity, that's a completely, like, say, separate area. There are parts of this that are even bigger than the 4x4. There are 6. One section you said it could stand up completely in it, just walk through it. But when you get down south of Broadway, you're at a much smaller 36-inch. It's an oval, so I don't know the actual culvert. So that would all have to be replaced, which has nothing to do with the air that broken part.
What would you like to see?
Victoria's.
Sorry. I think the question, if I'm hearing you correctly, is how long before the mediums become high priorities? I mean, we can't expect that the whole system will go another 100 years, but there'll be another phase of the mediums deteriorate too.
And then I guess, I think Aaron touched on what I was aiming at, which
Okay.
was, do you put precast concrete in there and just redo it?
50 to 100.
Flow the rest, or are we just Band-Aid what's there? Because some of those pictures I'm looking, okay, I don't, I'm not an engineer, but it sure seems like. It'd be difficult to short up and we just, and then when you connect to the next section and I don't know, it just seems.
Yeah, but I believe you talked about replacing some sections with box culverts and they did not recommend that.
No, it's in there. There are under the roads. I
Under
think
the
they would
roads.
mention doing that.
Because of the weights.
We had
So-
talked before about could we leave it open because that would seem like the cheapest option to go in some areas. They did not recommend doing that.
Because
They felt the elevation, you're gonna have to deal with the fact that now you're taking off where the covering was. Some safety concerns of what's there. They know there is a section that is already open, but they still, and they're, from an engineering perspective, they would not recommend it. So if you were gonna ask what we were looking at, I think it was just a matter of, should we really prioritize this and try to see what we can get done now and even look at funding budgets, or it sounds like for a bigger project, we are gonna really look at next year. And so see what we can do to get the largest project going and what funding we could get for a large scale project rather than a portion or a piecemeal during meeting.
But the action tonight during the meeting is you want to know if they're comfortable with the report to accept it tonight. And then if you want to direct us to look at financing mechanisms, we can. One other mechanism available could be DOLA's energy mineral impact grant. When I told our regional manager about this project, he really liked it. Partially because the mineral industry in Lyons is our quarry, and he knows this was built, and they're also about preserving history. So he liked this project, knowing it was an 1886 quarry project. And so they will do a 50-50 match.
what kind of money are we talking about?
Well, if we wanted to get the 500,000 phase out of the way, we would apply for 250 and we'd find our 250.
Our projected available fund balance in the wastewater and stormwater fund at the end of 2025, and the budget says 245,000.
So we're very close.
So if we got a $250,000 grant.
We could, but I think what we have to now balance this with is we're also going to the state for a revolving loan fund for Second and Third Avenue stormwater. Yeah, so now we have this new competing priority. But nonetheless, I think the action tonight is, do you want us to draft a resolution to accept the study? And then what direction do you want to give us to move forward? Okay. That's our time on that one, if that's all in agreement.
You say a little bit about if we increase the stormwater fee or modify it, on the fee structure.
Yeah, there was a discussion about,
I think it's just a matter of, right, if there was thought of looking into that, whether or not that's something that.
board would entertain.
For another time, I think it gets really pricey really fast to try to do that, right? It's stormwater, we're looking again at about 1,000 accounts is always the easiest number to use for utilities. Every dollar you goes up gives us another $1,000 a month. So if we went up $1 a month, that's 12,000 more dollars in a year.
Takes a
How
long
much are
time.
we gonna go up from $10?
How many times? Okay, everybody satisfied? Moving on.
So with the next one, the water rights policy discussion, we had Longmont, we've gone through, as you all remember, trying to determine what other water rights we might accept. Started with the idea of attainable housing and accepting Lake McIntosh reservoir shares for that. Longmont then came back and said, well, we can open it up to allow you to accept either Colorado Big Thompson or East Lake McIntosh reservoir shares. That was accepted and moved forward with the amendment to the agreement. And the concern came up of what do we want to do with our code to now take into consideration the fact that Longmont is opening up to say they will accept either Lake McIntosh or Colorado Big Thompson. So I presented just in the packet what the current code is. If anyone looked at it, you can see it's a little bit convoluted and it really dealt with annexation and subdivisions before we had our agreement with Longmont. So when Lyons was treating its own water, it didn't have to worry about the agreement with Longmont. It only had to worry about having water rights to actually, work with the state and say, okay, yes, you have enough water rights to actually treat your own water. Back at the time, we already had a significant share of water rights. I don't think there was a whole lot of concern even 20 years ago, but definitely 30 or 40 years ago on having enough water rights and making sure we were going to keep sufficient water rights. So in reviewing that, it looked like what was there now really could be completely removed. Not really worry about water rights during an annexation or a subdivision, but worry about the water rights that are provided when somebody wants to connect to the water utility. That's when we actually have to start providing the water rights to Longmont. A lot of the town's projects are redevelopment or small subdivision of one property in town where they are really looking at what do they need when they connect to the water system. We are slightly different than a lot of places because ours was based on this agreement with Longmont, which is really based on individual service connections. The water rights we need are based on a connection to our service. Other communities who are doing their own water treatment are looking at it based on what they expect for development over acreage. So that's why the current code talks about if you're going to develop a 1 acre property for residential single family, you need 3 acre feet. If you're going to do it for R2, 4 acre feet per acre. If you're going to do R3, let's say 5 acre feet, just an example. The denser you are, the more water you're going to use, they're going to increase it. So we have not looked at it based on how many acres are coming in. Even the most recent annexation we just had, the board said, okay, we're not really going to look at this as 13 acres and what they could develop. Because our agreement with Longmont states it's on service connections, we want to look at the number of service connections. So that's what was brought to the UEB. The UEB did think that it made sense to remove where we had water rights requirements from the annexation and subdivision portions of the code. Take one step back. There was also a question from the trustees on whether or not we could do this just with a policy and a resolution. Or do we need to look at the actual code that we have? So if we were to just do a policy, that would not change any of the code we have. We would just try to write policy with the existing, what seems to be somewhat convoluted code. So it could get to be a little more complex. We might be able to do that. But if we wanted to clean things up, we could amend the code, which as you know, requires the ordinance. And then part of that amendment to the code was putting the new code in section 13, which deals with water utilities. And we already have a section of code that is titled, which what I have pulled up, it's titled the connection or tap fees and water rights for a connection to the water system. So in that section of code, we're already talking about what tap fees will be required when somebody connects to the water system. It could be recommended that staff and the UEB look at what would be required to amend the code to include water rights in this same section. So I presented a simpler example in the workshop packet as a general starting point of what could be done. And so the UEB or staff was really looking to determine whether we should move forward with bringing forward an ordinance because of what we see in the code and that it should be changed, or whether you would prefer to just leave the code as it is and try to focus on a policy that could be done by resolution.
Jim or Victoria, anything on that?
Just say that UEB thinks, the ordinance change should be done to the code. If the code's just confusing right now, you can look at that and get lost. And, because none of it's, I've been here over a decade and it hasn't been used at all. So it's just in there and people will go to it and get confused by reading it. And so I think it'd be good to clean it up. Aaron has the draft here already. I think we should go forward with it.
think we'll still have to have an ordinance to take information out of the ordinance. But develop a policy by resolution that does explain clearly. When do you have to connect with a date, a certain date, so that we don't have people out there for 2 or 3 years, not on our water. Clarifying it, to me, the process, whether it's ordinance or policy, I can probably live with either one of those. But we know we have a lot of ordinance cleanup to do in that chapter.
Questions, thoughts?
Even if we make these changes in the code, it makes some perfect sense to move this to the chapter where it really belongs. That's not mutually exclusive, or get into policy and implement the code as it would be changed, right? I mean, if the code says discretion of the board to accept CBT, Lake McIntosh shares, cash and load, then the board could still do a policy by resolution that says we would accept Lake McIntosh shares generally for the following purposes. That was the policy we talked about. As a general policy, I don't think it's not a good idea to accept Lake McIntosh shares for more single family market rate housing. We could still do a policy to implement this code changes, right? So,
That's in the draft code that Aaron did, you can come forward with CBT shares or by resolution of the board, use with questions.
that change makes sense to me. I think historically, the reason all this stuff is in the annexations and subdivisions part of the code is probably was written, like you say, when we did our own water treatment. It was also written back when we were adding Stone Canyon and Eagle Canyon and building out LDP. So that was where water rights came up at that time, is every time you had a new subdivision or annexation, you get water rights provision. But we're pretty much, for the most part, past that stage in dealing now with individual properties like the Eagle property or the umbrella property. I think it makes more sense to figure out what connections are going to be required for those particular properties and tailor our water right requirements to those. So organization of that makes total sense.
Other questions, comments?
So on the electric service Longmont electric service territory, it was mentioned that we didn't know if we wanted to move forward, or it didn't seem like it was reasonable to move forward unless there was new information that was developed. So there was a slight change from Longmont in what they would be requesting for their portion of any change to the service territory. So the first item to bring forward was just them changing from 25% of a 10-year average, which is really like 2.5 years, but you're taking a 10-year average amount, and 25% of that is 2.5 years of revenue. That they could look at it, what we had in a draft agreement that they hadn't noticed before, I guess, was that we were talking about also using the last 12 months. So only 1 year of revenue to go to Longmont. So that would reduce what we have to pay to Longmont. So that was one aspect that I wanted to bring forward. Then there is this concern that we do have some current new development out east that is trying to really decide, should they be going with Longmont or should they be going with Lyons? And so I wanted to come forward with this new development along with some of the numbers that I put together to try to give a couple of examples that are in the packet to show what it might cost for a return on investment. But to also focus on the fact that the new developments, the locations where new development would occur, the town would not be putting out any costs. So a new development, we can require them to pay both the cost to Longmont and the cost for Lyons to build out the electric system to that location. So with no cost to Lyons, it made sense to the UEB to move forward with those locations. I just wanted to verify and find out if the Board of Trustees also wanted to do that, because we now have a current development that needs to decide, should they be moving forward with Lyons if there's no cost to Lyons, or should they be looking at moving forward with Longmont? We then have the same situation that will come up with the annexation from Tebow. We don't know how soon, but shortly they'll be in the same situation. So trying to, one, verify if a property that didn't have cost would be one where we should move forward. Two other items with that are then whether or not we should be looking at those properties that are already in existence and where we would have to pay, because we could not go ask an existing business to actually pay $40,000 to switch to line. And in those cases, the utility board and staff did not see it making sense currently at the moment, but there are a few other reasons we tried to put in there of what might be beneficial. We have control of the system, a couple other minor ones, so to keep it in mind, but to focus on trying to do these new developments that potentially would have no cost to Lion. I say that, but then the third item is asking, is there any desire to initially, even before the first development agreement comes forward, look into some aspect of trying to relieve the cost to these properties, because we want to promote development on the eastern corridor, particular commercial development. The commercial development has seen higher costs. The one that currently is trying to develop has run into stumbling blocks on the sewer side of things. One item after another, and just wants to make sure that the Board of Trustees is aware of how hard it is to really try to develop out there. And to look at, is there any incentive to look at, it would require legal input also, the idea of the town covering that cost. Using the one example I have in there, if it would cost the town $13,000 to Longmont and $55,000 to the developer, would the town be willing to look at covering the cost to Longmont as a way to help out? Even that could be construed as being required to be paid by the developer from the code. But you could look at trying to decide, is there a way to put an incentive in there as you do affordable housing, and if that will try to reduce fees here? Is the board willing to look at it just to say, okay, we could see covering those costs. It would help us support business development out in the eastern corridor. And if not quite that far, another proposal was, what about even saying, okay, we will pay it up front, so you don't have to, the development would pay the fee to Longmont up front, but could that be looked at as a credit to be paid down over time from their utility bill? It would still be the town covering it, but the town wouldn't pay up front to Longmont. If somebody paid $13,000, if we had to pay $13,000 to Longmont and we wanted the developer to pay that, they would pay it up front, but then their utility bill would just have a $13,000 credit. And every month until that got paid off, so that it would be over time to help them. Again, it's still the town paying, but we pay over time. So those were sort of the three items.
Anything else from, Tim or questions?
So I'm gonna try hard to understand this.
Yeah.
We said earlier in the year, we're talking about the Longmont electric service. We pretty much dismissed that. With the new changes that you've noted here now, it makes a different, slightly different picture of it. My concern though is though the Lions electric rates are higher than the Longmont service, correct?
Yes, slightly here, I put in a couple examples of what the difference in cost would be to somebody.
I wouldn't want to deprive new development, being able to make their choice. It depends on the usage. If it's a high usage facility that's going in there, obviously the difference in rates is making a appreciable difference to the business.
One note on that is we don't have, there is a cutoff at 50 kilowatts. We haven't looked at demand charges because Lions doesn't have that. Longmont said only one of the existing businesses, they wouldn't go into specifics, is on that rate currently, and they couldn't then state who's on that and what that would do. Our rates are looking at it as a simple charge for the service. So if you had somebody who did hit that demand rate charge, they would more than likely be paying more than the Longmont for electricity than they would for line. If they did not reach the 50 kilowatt demand threshold, they would probably be paying less for line.
So one question. So the only new development I'm talking about is Tampa.
Yes.
Because Longmont already services T-Mobile, so that.
Currently, yeah.
Yeah.
But they have in their agreement that they are required right now to pay for the transfer to Lions. That was in the agreement that was agreed upon with them.
I had the same question, Greg, too, so I just don't see the economics of this making sense.
But on the Timberell property, one that's be concerned, there's no electric service there at all now.
Correct. Yep.
So when they bought that property and now, they knew that they were gonna have to pay something to connect either Longmont or Lions.
Correct.
So I can't, it's hard for me to justify. Doing that, and they were gonna have to pay anyway, and they do it, but they bought the property. It's hard for me to see that. And what would the transfer of service fee be to Longmont for that property, because it hasn't had electric service? 12 years or something like that, so isn't that zero if it's average of 12 months?
They wanted to use the last 12 months of having service there, so that one could still be up for negotiation. But that was the one we were saying would be $13,000 versus the 30-some thousand dollars I came back to them with last time. So currently, if we want that, I keep asking them to give me something definite, and Longmont hasn't committed either. But we're looking at right now at 13, unless we do have staff higher up than me talking to their staff. To see if we can.
That's based on the last 12 months, when they used to provide electric service to it, when it was
Yes,
their own water treatment plant.
so we are pushing for that to be zero, but yes, it's currently.
I can't see the town of Lions ratepayers paying that. I really, it's hard for me to swallow that.
You have any questions? Yeah, I'm with them. I'm not sure what the value is.
You just had, one of the things that we've seen that hasn't come back to you yet is the streetlight study. And if you look at focus of streetlights, it's all mostly along Main Street there. And so when we have streetlights out there on the Eastern Corridor, all those streetlights have to be paid, I guess, by the general fund or, in at Longmont's rates rather than the town rates, which are less. So you have that, then you have the maintenance facilities out there also. If we switch over eventually, we're gonna definitely, save money. And the other thing to think about is Eastern Quarter is probably gonna be, one of the highest density areas that we have for electric service area. And so it's gonna be the cheapest overhead for the town to do. And so town will end up, making money definitely in the long run. If you look at Aaron's, analysis, he had us breaking even, what it was, about 3 years or something like that.
That's only with Longmont's cost.
Right, but again, these developers, they either pay Lions or they pay Longmont. And they're still gonna have to pay for their electric infrastructure out there. And so that's kind of a net, forget that cost. So we're back to this analysis, they showing a payback within like 3 years. I think, we still need to get the actual numbers from Longmont, make sure they don't take us for a ride, everything like that. I haven't seen the specifics yet that we can do a detailed analysis, but overall, I don't see how it doesn't pay off through the Longmont. That's just my own personal opinion though. Versus, something like Spirit Hounds and some of these other places, where we'd have to pay, you know, I'd say it's, on not, let's just get by without doing that, let's just let them do it.
Right, so you're talking about locations where there's, we wouldn't have to pay for the location.
And so
the developer.
overall, to the ratepayers, electric ratepayers, you know, it's the economies of scale. The more scale that we can get, we're gonna actually save money in the long run because we're amortizing, you know, the whole substation and all that infrastructure coming into town, and now we got someone else helping to pay that overhead for us.
What are you looking for tonight?
Whether we should move forward with those facilities, those properties that do not currently have electricity or would pay for their own electricity, so it would not be a charge to Lion. If we should move forward with trying to provide them with service. And then number two was there any desire to look at any subsidies ahead of time or just tell them to come with a development agreement? Right, they can just propose in a development agreement, if they're looking to save costs, they can look at all different aspects.
Okay, anything else on this? Moving right along, fire mitigation update.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and trustees. Staff had given a couple updates on this, in administrators' reports, but thought it would be good to circle back with the board and make sure we were on the same page with goals for the town, with continued fire mitigation efforts on town properties, and then also just, funding of fire mitigation overall for 2025. In 2025, the town currently has budgeted a total of $40,000, 20 of which is coming from the parks budget and 20 of which is coming from the general fund. A portion of that has been allotted for the rebate program for households that are doing fire mitigation. And so as of right now, there are three main properties that staff has been looking at. Both with a little bit of board direction from a walk that was done at the end of last year with a couple of trustees in Lions Fire. One is a continuation of fire mitigation on the Lions Valley Park open space above McConnell Drive and Carter Drive behind the Summit Homes and Lions Valley Park Homes. Another is an open space to the south of Eagle Canyon. And the third is continued efforts with fire mitigation on the Martin parcel. I've given maps of all of those. On the LVP parcel and the open space parcel up near Eagle Canyon, the goal would be to first work with the goat grazing again and do a 50 to 60 foot break behind the homes along those areas that immediately border the homes and have goat grazing done. And I've kind of given you an amount of acreage that would be for each of those areas. And we do have initial bids and have worked with them. Actually, I had scheduled for them to come in mid-June, and they were pushed back due to the wet spring. And then also with a family emergency, from what we understand, they're still looking to come in here in the next couple of weeks and start that process. The second work that we were looking to do was a continuation of taking down dead and downed wood on that Lions Valley Park parcel below the South Ledge ditch. And we've only gotten one bid for that, and then also a continuation of taking down dead trees and downed wood out of the Martin parcel, particularly along a lot of the social trails that have been created in there, both for safety and for fire mitigation. They would also take out all the dead and downed wood 2 inches or greater on that parcel, and a lot of the brush that is dead in there. I've gotten bids for that only from one company, and I did submit those bids for the LVP parcel. Due to the terrain and the estimated time, the first bid that we've received from a company called 7C Enterprises, which is a company that works with Healthy Forest Mitigation, who did the work for us last year, was $23,450. And the bid for the Martin parcel, which is obviously much larger and doubled the time, was $47,600 right now. I have been in touch with also left-hand fire mitigation, which we have worked with in the past. We have a meeting scheduled with them for the 14th of July. They are gonna come in and hopefully give us estimates on these same parcels for the same work. And we've also contacted a couple other, one other excavation company called Hemp Hill Excavation that specializes in this type of work as well, but have yet to hear back from them. Tonight, I think staff is looking for, I guess, first of all, to make sure the board is in agreement on these parcels and the type of work. And then a discussion on funding and priorities and to make sure that moving forward with the goat grazing is something they would like to see done. And then with the rest of the funding, if that's what they would like to see done moving forward, getting further estimates, what they think of the estimates we've currently received. And I know there has been talk of a couple other areas in town, particularly Prospect, Miley, Ewald area, and how that fits in with the conversation.
Do we know in the prior goat mowing, has it been successful or has those properties just grown back and you have to do it, you have to redo?
They have been successful, particularly in specific types of vegetation. They are very upfront that they say you should rotate those through and have them go back every 2 to 3 years. I did put as an attachment in this, the letter from the original fire task force from 2022, so that the board could hopefully see that we have hit a lot of those priorities with previous funding. And that our staff continues to do a lot of the mowing of the buyout properties on a regular basis, annual basis. And we also are doing the curbside pickups and a lot more of the drop-offs as well. So I think, as a collective effort, and then also what the county has to offer, things are ramping up, as far as fire mitigation goes.
And I stare every day at one of the spots to go, and it's surprising to me how effective it still is this year. It's like we're in July, and it's like, it looks like they were here this year, and I did not expect that.
Should we buy our own goats
I
now?
reckon.
Right?
I'm okay with the goats. My question on the Southwest ditch, I think last year we paid these same folks 28K for their fire mitigation. Because it was Nicole and Rich Palestro.
Yep.
Did it. I think 28K fits in my head. So the 23 for the remainder of that doesn't seem untoward. Plus the fact the goats have to graze uphill before they'll permit.
They, for that area, they would like to see the goats go through first. That is.
As for the Martin parcel, I wasn't crazy about what they did last year. The issue, you were hardly know if they did anything. I don't know what we paid them, but I don't think we got our money's worth. I do think the Martin parcel needs some considerable work in there, especially with all the dead stuff. You're gonna have some really ticked off kids though, because clearly you're going to be taking down all their teepees that they're piling up there, but those are brush piles way back. I would like to see some additional bids for this one. Like I said, you can ask Left Hand and get a bid for them, the other party that you mentioned there. Maybe pressing them to give support, so that we can set it.
I'm getting this, is bid net not work for this type of contracting?
It can, I think, it depends on, some of the difficulty with tree work and this type of work in particular is how to quantify it for bid net. How do you quantify, the number of trees? How do you quantify the dead and down wood? And so that's where we've had some difficulty in the past. Meeting with them and, being on site and getting bids. is sometimes easier when you put it out to bid without being able to quantify it necessarily. I did talk to Justin Doles about that, and he said that particularly is the struggle with this type of.
In Boulder County's done a lot of rural fire mitigation with their. In past years, do they have a list of contractors they either approve for homeowners or use themselves?
Potentially, yeah, I have not checked into that.
Yeah, I'm coming with trustee Lowell on this. I think all this work clearly needs to be done and should be a priority, but you know, particularly the Martin parcel seems high to me. Because roughly half of it was done last year, and I agree it wasn't done great, but you can tell the part that was done and the part that wasn't done if you walk it. So that seems high for the, it's not the full 8 acres that needs to be done. Or are we talking about redoing the part that was already done?
No, we did, when we walked it, we talked about the 2 perimeters that were, focused on, and then, we would start from the southwest corner and work our way in from the other side, and then again, a focus near the social trails, because we know that, we want to avoid those hazards and public safety, and then.
Yeah. I think it would be good to try to find a couple of other bidders just to make sure we're getting a fair price. I hate to just go for one bidder because we know.
That was-
If there's a way to check with other bidders, I think that would be the best thing to do, but this needs to be done.
You mentioned Haley, even,
Well, I had received an email and I'm not quite up to speed on that, I'll be honest. I just know that it was in motion and I thought I would mention it.
So what's happening there is. Mark and I talked to Boulder County Parks and Open Space. They own 26 acres in the prospect. Is that what it is? So. After July 15th, once the Eagles have blown the coop, they're going to start trimming up all the ponderosas up there. Then they're going to mark brush along the perimeter. And then we're going to have a work day with volunteers. Cut the stuff, haul it all to curbside for disposal.
What area are we talking about? I don't know what area you're talking about.
Talking about the Mealy Prospect,
Okay.
Wall neighborhood.
Front of hill.
Yeah.
Yep.
So there's that.
so no cost to the town.
No cost to the town. That's true. Okay, I think trying to make one sure. Dave, one more thing. I had a walk around with the Lions Valley Park neighborhood with wildfire partners. They did a neighborhood assessment. And the one thing that stuck out for them was the high grass between the Lions Valley River Park and the back borders of those houses on the corner. They asked if I would ask the Public Works Department if it would be possible to maintain a 8 to 10 foot wide mowed swath behind those McCullough properties. You know what I'm talking about?
I think, but could you send me something on it,
Yeah,
just to say?
it's basically the west side of the Lions Valley River Park. The Highland.
Oh, yep, I do know now what you're talking.
Remember, there used to be a trail through there.
Yep,
Pre-flood. Okay, thank you.
Okay, security camera update.
Well, this was also a project that was budgeted for in 2025, $80,000, 40 of which was out of the general fund, 40 of which was out of the parks fund. Staff did release an RFP. And proposals were due in May. We received 10 proposals, but of those 10, only 4 of the vendors followed all of the RFP requirements and submitted all of the required documentation. The staff evaluation team, which included myself, Justin Doles, town engineer, and utilities director Kaplan, scored all of the proposals that were valid. All of which came back significantly higher than what the town had budgeted. The range for the project cost installation from those proposals was $141,000 roughly to $169,000. And along with that came a monthly cost. We tried to scope the RFP in such a fashion that we were looking for non-proprietary cameras and software. and many of them came back that they were proprietary. So really, we wanted to talk to the board about other options, and see if the board wanted us to continue to work with the Boulder County Sheriff, our IT, and Lions Communications to see if there were a better option that would be less costly to the town, wouldn't have ongoing operations and maintenance costs. Maybe just look for something off the shelf that might work for our options, and not be such a high cost to the town.
It looks to me like the proposals we got back remind me of what it's like trying to get ink for your printer. They're just gonna charge you forever. You're locked in because it's gotta be proprietary. That just didn't make sense to me.
Yeah, we struggled with it. I did work with Aaron and Justin Doles quite a bit, and we at times felt a little bit over our heads. We called up some other communities and they said, you know, this is definitely something that our IT people take care of. And I got that sense with working with the sheriff department too. And you know, originally these were just meant to be security type cameras to help us with after the fact type incidents, particularly vandalism and graffiti and things like that. I think we really need to have a discussion about whether we want them for that type of incident or whether we feel we really need to have them out there for, you know, something larger, or, you know, we really need them for surveillance type, you know, incidents. You know, luckily this year things have been good in the parks. We haven't suffered a lot of incidents, but things do tend to ebb and flow when it comes to those sorts of things. But we really just struggled with, you know, that upfront cost and then the ongoing costs, and thought it would be good to have a discussion. We think we could find an alternative. There are also these mobile solar units that I gave an example of that you can get grants for. Would it be worth looking into something like that down the road as we look for suitable
Have
alternatives?
you prioritized where you think these, I mean, clearly. Every building we own. Something's gotta be done, whether it's a ring camera or, you know.
Yes, we did. We had 17 different locations that we offered locations and basically mapping for the RFP. So it was all of the major public facilities, including town hall, the sheriff's substation, the Parks and Public Works facilities, the recycle center, which would include our wastewater treatment plant and facilities. And then, of course, various park locations.
Do these take the place of the trail cameras?
We are still using those right now in combination, and so that was kind of the back and forth with law enforcement. They what those are generating, the sheriff's department says is great. They might help in some instances, but certainly could not, because of the resolution and what they're capturing, could not be used to help them go much further than, you know, a certain point.
And the ongoing costs, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, I mean, I was astounded by the price tag they threw that. It's and you know, one of your recommendations was to go commercial off the shelf, and having, I think there's really good systems out there, and you can go spend $3 to $5K and get your feet wet and see if it meets your needs. Because when I looked at the RFP, there were some very specific requirements in there, and so I was kind of curious. We don't need to get into now is why the RFP responses came back so high, and there had to be some unknowns in there that scared them, and they jacked the price up, it seemed. But anyway, I think there's some commercial off-the-shelf systems that you can put in real easily. They'll talk to the cloud, all that business, and for really low cost. I have 10 of them on my property for my crazy son-in-law that wants to capture every critter that walks by. And they're 4K and they work great. So it seems to me, let's do something, especially like at the it's not recycling center where crap is left there all the time. And yeah. And a lot of these are like the ones at my place are all solar. So I just need a Wi-Fi connection. Oh, so
also if we do something, in that arena where we do more of a commercial grade on specific sites that are, most likely to have an issue. It might free up some money then from both parks and general fund, if you want to put more toward fire mitigation. Since we're at a shortfall. Because that's the same two funds we budgeted for cameras and.
You look at the cost of all on off the shelf stuff, if you have an estimate there.
Not the newer stuff. We have some older stuff that would need to be upgraded and was waiting to have this discussion before we really started getting into it.
Mark. Thank you. Yeah, e-bikes.
E-bikes, not too long ago, I believe it was in April. It was requested that the PRC take a look at use of e-bikes for trails, and so staff brought to the PRC a recommendation for the use of e-bikes actually throughout town and various restrictions. And so we started looking at actually what the state regulations were and definitions for the use of e-bikes. And then we looked at some neighboring communities and we found some good information, and we actually updated a definition sheet and some different classifications, which we supplied for you. In the state, there are 3 different classifications of e-bike, and they're based on wattage and maximum speed. And so what we did was took this to the Parks and Rec Commission, and they reviewed it a couple times, made some edits, and then they had recommended that we move forward with this. And speaking with Attorney Dittman, I think the real conversation is about a discussion about whether these classifications are agreeable first and foremost with the board, but then do we want to codify them through ordinance, or do we feel that they are fine just being added to the existing park rule language, or what the board would like to see moving forward. We tried to capture basically the 3 classifications, the first 2 of which would be allowed on town trails, and also on bicycle and pedestrian paths of all sorts. And then the 3rd class, which actually has a max speed of 28 miles per hour and is the highest class, would not be allowed on bicycles and pedestrian paths. And then also gave a definition of those things that are not e-bikes, which we are seeing much more frequently around town, and are over 750 watts and go up to 4,500 watts. And actually are classified as motorcycles that would also not be allowed on paths or trails, and in some instances, restricted to streets.
Is this not a moving target? I mean, we've got 3 classifications right now. How many classifications do we have in 2 modules?
It's a good question. As of right now, there are only the 3 classifications, and the first classification is pedal assist only, the second is pedal assist and throttle, and then the 3rd classification again has a maximum speed of 28 miles per hour. The first 2 have a maximum speed of 20 miles per hour.
So, I have personal prejudices on this. Then also safety concerns. My personal prejudices are that all the exercise things I do, I'm the motor. So whether it's sea kayaking or mountain biking or road biking or running, I don't know why we would be allowing anything motorized on any trails in the town, period. From a safety perspective, I've not seen any place, whether the streets of Manhattan or Denver this past weekend, where you're just not looking for injuries and lawsuits to happen. What are other things?
Somewhat agree, but well, first of all, class 1 and 3, can't tell the difference between. There's a little sticker that maybe says class 3, so I just bought a new class one and, I agree though, even at 20 miles an hour, that's too fast. So I think, I hate to say this, we should have some kind of speed limit on some of these trails. Cause I ride my bike just real slow through there, realize that there's pedestrians, cause at 20 miles an hour, that's insane when people walk along it. So regardless of what it is, I think there needs to be, how do you legislate common sense? But, you know, sometimes we look for. Even at 10 miles an hour, people walk, it's too fast.
If, we were to codify the non-use of class threes, it would seem to me it just simply adds three words to our section within ten, where we prohibit golf carts on parades. So I would have a problem adding that. This will code. What I don't know is that recent biblical length of offenses that we put out, and we voted on. Does that say anything in there about golf cars or being on trails?
On the general offenses,
Yeah.
I don't know, Attorney Dittman is on the meeting. I don't know if you remember that offhand.
Yeah, I think it does have something about using golf cart on trails, but let me check. While we're having this conversation, I'll take a look through the last draft.
Well, I'm not sure it's in there.
Yeah, well, no, golf cars are in there. I just don't know if they're under general offenses or the home section.
They're somewhere in the code, so I'll take a look.
The general offenses one included updates to the parks. Yeah, I think it's under the park and trail. I don't know if there were any specific changes. I know we wanted to document specifically what trails they were allowed and they weren't.
We did that.
That might have been more policy than code. But it's in the parks part of the code, I believe.
In general, what are the other bonds?
Who polices the no golf carts on pass rule or code that we have now, and who would police the classification of e-bikes? That's
During the week, it's code enforcement mostly, but the sheriff does as well, extra duty sheriff on weekends and also during the week.
so we put a big burden on them if we say class 1 and 2 e-bikes are okay on trails, but class 3 aren't. How can they tell?
It's difficult. It is brought up a lot in the conversation in the discussion about e-bikes. The ability to know the difference and then enforce. But I think it's moreover, if an incident were to occur, you have this in place and you can then.
Does Parks and Recreation Commission have a position on whether e-bikes should be allowed on trails? No, golf carts are allowed on the trail along 36, right?
Yes.
So I'm not sure we should. And that has potential commuter aspects to it eventually, depending on what happens on each corridor. So I can see that one being different for e-bikes too, but. URC have a position on whether e-bikes should be allowed on town trails other than that one.
They were given the flyer
Yeah.
that you had in your packet and they were basically recommended and were in agreement with the classifications and the information on the flyer.
Their recommendation would be to allow class 1 and 2, but not class 3.
That is correct.
Brandon?
On manual mode.
Yeah, just to clarify on the code for golf cart, so it's an 8310 is where it shows up. And basically what it does, it limits golf carts to under 20 miles per hour. And it says that golf carts are not allowed on town trails unless designated so by the town. And what I will say about class 1 through 3, I mean, class 1 and 2 are pedal assist. So if someone's pedaling, you generally know that that's a 1 or 2 versus class 3 has a throttle on it. Potentially pedal assist, but they have a throttle on them.
Yeah.
Second, yeah, so, and I think it's, I think. Even though I don't know. Aaron.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say, this flyer that's in our packet here, it's got the town of Lyons emblem on the bottom. Are we handing this out?
No, we haven't. Again, this
This
is
was an
just an
example.
example and a draft.
Okay. Was it the intention that we would make this available to the
Oh,
public?
we would. use it
Correct,
as
yes, we-
Educational material
would-
if you guys.
Yes, yeah.
We'll change it to whatever you. decide.
Both website and that's a.
Yeah, this is one where I think I'm gonna be uncomfortable not having a full board response to. I think, I'm gonna recommend that we end up hunting on this till we have everybody back. I know Holly, her perspective on this, she has informed me is the same as mine. She would prefer they not be on at all. I think I'd rather see us do that than try to proceed tonight with that. So, okay. Sure. It's, yeah, it's one where. I just think this is, gonna be a bigger social deal. I think more people. Are care about this and are going to care about this as they, A, purchase them. Or B, are trying to use their mountain bike on them and whiz by somebody at 20 miles an hour. I think there's gonna be strong feelings about this, and I hate for us to get thoughts when we're at less than a football club.
I've got it. Leaning that same way too, and also there's a simplicity factor here for me that we need to consider, which is. If you allow golf carts on one path, you allow e-bikes on that one path, and the rules are no golf carts or e-bikes on the rest of it, it's a simple black and white rule, whereas if you start. Class 2, 1 and 2 are okay here, and class 3 is okay here, and golf carts here, and there, it gets complicated. My inclination is to follow the golf cart rules, and e-bikes allowed on the. Trail on 36 and not elsewhere.
Yeah, that to me makes.
But I agree, I think that's something the full board should probably, all 7 of us should probably. weigh in on.
Is there any other information we can gather for you before you have that in a couple of weeks?
I don't think so. I mean, I appreciate how complete each of these have been from both of you on this stuff. I feel like we've got good information on each one of these.
This may be a
issues.
good one for a community survey.
Oh, boy.
I don't know, but it could be, because I do think it's gonna be half and half, those who
Yeah.
wanna use them and those who don't.
Yeah.
But,
If you start trying to ask the public about class 1, 2, and 3 e-bikes, you're gonna go.
oh, I think we would just say motorized or.
Yeah, and if you say yes or no, yeah, maybe that is worth doing,
Yeah,
but then I also think that's gonna come out.
Well, if there's other information we can get for you between now and our next meeting, please let us know.
I guess one question may be for Brandon, and I don't know if you can answer this. I don't know if the state has classified 1 and 2 as allowable on sidewalks and trails. And if that's, I don't know if that's
Yeah, it's-
legislated by the
Yes.
state or not.
I mean-
So, or,
I mean, maybe there's some state park rules, but I'm not aware of anything of that nature. I mean,
We can look.
I certainly am on state trails, so.
even at the state, that, I mean, we have to follow what the state does on that, they haven't put them to this there yet, have they? No. What did Boulder County talked about this a lot on their open space trails, right? Where did they come out?
I believe they allow, it's only on certain trails that they allow class 1 and 2, and then others are restricted, so. Oh, restricted.
I think at Valmont Bike Park in Boulder, they allow 1 and 2 at the bike park.
That's a city thing though, right?
Right.
Have you seen e-bikes out on the trails, on the open space trails? I haven't.
I mean,
No, I have not.
some of them it's hard to tell,
Yeah,
and I think I have seen some.
And then a lot of the neighboring communities, follow what we presented.
Okay, so we have about
Okay.
10 minutes.
Yeah, moving on then to park fees.
Park fees at the 2025 budget sessions, we discussed briefly that staff would be looking at the potential increase of camping rates. For 2026, each year about this time, we start to get reservations for camping for 2026. Finance Director Eystone reached out to park staff and asked if we might want to speak to the board about a potential increase for 2026 camping rates as we are starting to receive reservations for 2026 from several park guests. I think at this point, we've got roughly 50 and climbing reservations for 2026. And so we thought it might be prudent to come to the board and look at a resolution to increase camping rates at this time. Even if slightly, we did, working with Lisa Ramsey, Parks and Rec Coordinator, she did a quick survey of some neighboring campgrounds, including some newer ones along Highway 66. There's Gopher Gulch, which is a very private.
Just had to pick me up off the floor when I saw what they get for that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's a lot, and they do get comments about it, but they are fully booked, so.
I know that.
Jellystone is another one up in Estes, that is privatized, and they get quite a bit as well.
But that's a lot better property.
Yep, yeah, and a lot of the neighboring ones like Boulder County Campground and Fairgrounds is stayed the same for a while. St. Vrain State Park has stayed the same. Camp Dick has stayed the same. But our costs are increasing, and there is a gap there for parks that is real for us.
So what's the dollar number if we were to make that switch now for 6 months, but then in the fall budget, we opted for making that shift every year on July 1st. If we made that shift now, what do we gain in actual dollars between now and December?
Well, I believe Director Eystone is on as well, and I think you indicated that in 2024, we had, before the end of the year, for the next year, we had $50,000 to $60,000 in reservations already. So
That's correct.
If you use that number and multiply it by $2 per campsite, which is gonna be what we're recommending for now anyway. You can kind of figure out what that means. I don't know if you've done that, Cassie.
Yeah, we don't know I mean, we haven't been able to figure we won't know the exact number of campers or sites, number of days that.
But we felt this would at least take a little more, help us offset some of these additional costs. We know we are starting to get behind, on parks, and we got a lot of maintenance to do. This would be one way to get in front of it until everyone, all of the different campgrounds start sharing their new rates for next year. We don't know those numbers yet.
Try to be proactive a little bit.
Just try to do a small jump now to help offset that, and then set it along with the budget again in December.
And the jump you're suggesting is based on the analysis of the others?
Well, we thought we would start out being conservative, and not price people out and not scare anyone off. And then we'd look at it a little bit more closely as we get into the budget season and do some more analysis and try to come up with numbers that we could justify a little bit.
Okay, questions, thoughts on this? You're good?
Yeah, seems reasonable.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll come back to the meetings.
One quick comment, I saw erroneous comment or two on a Facebook post recently about our local taxes go to pay for our parks. Well, our parks are majority funded by fees like this, and this is an example of it, and I think this fits the market rate, and I think it's appropriate for the users to pay for the fees, pay for the parks. I commend the staff for being timely about this and getting out in front of, and not having a bunch of 2025 fees budget, built into the 2026 budget.
Yeah, I appreciate whoever thumped this up.
Yep.
That was good forethought.
Thank you.
Sorry, Finance Director. She sent me an email.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you can look at a place for increase in revenue, and I don't think people are gonna complain about this at all. Just like,
Oh, and I was asked to mention, what you see on that fee schedule is not our entire fee.
Yeah.
We also have, this was the item, We also have a fee, we are charged by Reserve America, they keep a portion, we keep a portion. So the actual, when you're doing these comparisons with some of these other groups, for an example, an RV site in Lyons overnight with all the additional fees and is actually more like $72 a night. So that will help you currently,
That's high season.
high season, summer weekends, yeah.
And they are gonna be changing our user platform, which will allow us to work more freely to change the split on those fees and be able to work some of that out a little bit.
And I see there's no change suggested on dry camping. Are we getting any reservations for dry camping at all?
Not what we anticipated or thought we would. And we did do a lot of work to try to put it out there more and advertise and do some more, but I think we're gonna have to maybe consult with some folks on how we can.
Second half parking lot. Doesn't look real appealing to me, but.
Well, none of those are just looking for a place to, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, there's other nice
That
things.
street light and we ordered from the mayor.
Well, that's true. That is,
That's about.
that's gonna get fixed real fast.
Yeah, we're not recommending an increase there. That, and it really is meant if you're traveling through and there's nowhere to go and you don't wanna be illegal on the street, pull in there for $20. And it's donation, I think, yeah. Hey,
I want to note it for the record, the MPT did get the workshop done 3 minutes faster than the mayor.
But ain't we're so-
I am not. But let's, unless there's anything else, we'll take a break until 7.
great, thank
I call to order our Lions Board of Trustees meeting. Monday, July 7, 2005.
Yes, Mayor Rogan. Mayor Pro Tem Williams,
Present.
trustee Hamrick,
President.
trustee Dottie. Trustee Lowell,
Further.
trustee Browning,
President.
and trustee Delman.
President.
Yeah, just let you make this. I pledge allegiance
To the flag, of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We must acknowledge with respect as non-native people that the land on which we stand, live, and learn is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho peoples. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. We have a moment of silence. And in our moment of silence, let's think about those who've gone through the awfulness that we experienced 12 years ago with a far greater loss of life. And of course, as we know so well, one single life loss is devastating. Over 100 is much worse. Let's have a moment of silence. And those sirens certainly seem prescient or, yeah, memory. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda? So moved. Second? Anything anybody wants to change on the agenda? If not, we'll go ahead and vote.
And that motion passes,
Audience business and follow up in our audience business. We ask you to come forward to the podium, state your name and address. We ask that you confine what you're going to talk about to town business and that you not address any individuals on the board, but address the board in its entirety. The board will respond, but not until everyone has had a chance to speak who wants to speak today. And then after the board responds, the staff will have a chance to respond. You have 4 minutes.
I'm Crystal DeCosta, I live at 113 Fifth Avenue, Highway 7. This is just a quick thank you and updates. Tagging on what you just said and what we just heard while in my garden this morning. I heard Monday's ritual testing of the Lions emergency notification system. And I just wanted to say I especially feel grateful given what's going on in Kerrville. Thanks for keeping this mechanism tested and current. Sad that it wasn't so down there. So kudos to you guys for doing that. On behalf of the LHC's art shows program, I'd like to thank Magali Fournier and Erin Donnelly for their current duo loop library show. It's called Local Abstractions, and there's still time to see it. And welcome in the next twosome, Becky Jacobson and Barbara Beasley, whose show Piece by Piece will feature mosaic and fabric art creations. The outgoing fermentation show in here will do-si-do with incoming piece by piece, this kind of piece. On Friday, July 18th from 5 to 7, where artists of all ages and stages are encouraged to deliver to this very room up to 5 ready-to-wall hang pieces. Thanks in advance for getting Wednesday, July 23rd on your radars for the Arts Trifecta Community Evening. The LHC's Tandem Art Show's opening reception starts at the library at 4:30 with main stage pizza, assorted beverages, hammered dulcimer music by local Mimi Wesson, then shifting to the viewing and voting of the new Town Hall Art Show. The reception concludes at 6, just in time to enjoy more art in the form of music by Bonnie and Taylor Sims at the neighboring Sandstone stage. So it's a trifecta, so get it on your calendar. Thanks to Kim Mitchell, wherever she might be, and all those involved with submitting and receiving a competitive state rural economic development initiative grant with the 16,500 earmarked toward reviving the existing visitor center, initiating the first steps in the creation of an art-centric space in support of the evolving Lions Creative District. Speaking of which, the current board consists of Jeannie Moore, Betsy Burton, Elizabeth Sullivan, Craig Ferguson, Sophia Lemon, Eric Thorne, Grace Barrett, Diana Ralston Hicks, Lucy Wolf, and myself, as well as acting Lions Creative District Manager Jocelyn Farrell, who's been ever so helpful. We have a meeting this Wednesday, 3 to 4:30 at the library, and we'd love any arts enthusiasts to come on and see if this is something they'd like to be involved with. We do not have notification yet from the Colorado Creative Industries, just letting you know. We should know by the end of the month, maybe the beginning of August. And thank you all for what you all do for all the arts in town.
Thanks, person.
I am David DeCoster. I live at 113 Fifth Avenue in Lyons. I would like to encourage the Board of Trustees to support the annexation of 4497 Butte Highway into town. My wife Crystal and I have enjoyed having Western Stars Gallery at 160 Main Street for over 9 years. During that time, we represented nearly 300 different artists and consigners, most of whom were Colorado-based, many of whom are local. We also carry merchandise that we source from Colorado companies. We ran fundraisers for the Lions Community Foundation and the Lions Arts and Humanities Commission. We volunteered to be the pickup site for the Lions Prepared Red Firesides. We were a source of gifts for locals and a magnet for encouraging tourists to linger longer in Lyons. We're looking forward to reopening Western Stars Gallery at 4497 Butte Highway as soon as annexation and rezoning take place. We'll be happy to resume putting money into the pockets of local artists. So thank you, and please vote yes on resolution 2025-46.
Do we have any others? Anybody who did not sign up but would like to speak? This is your chance. Going once, twice. And trustee Hamrick, anything you want to respond to?
Just to thank Dave and Crystal for all their contributions to the town, and look forward to getting Western Star up and on as soon as we can get through all this bureaucracy. Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
And I too am excited. I was very excited to see that you were going to be there, and it also caused me to just really wonder. Does that really have to be zoned as ag in Boulder County? I mean, ag seems to allow you to do all kinds of things except what clearly ought to be done there. So I hope that we're able to get through all this as quickly as possible for you, so we can get you back up and running. I know this is you greatly.
Thank you.
Anything that the staff want to say at this possible? Thank you. Okay, let's move on to staff reports, Boulder County Sheriffs.
All right. Thank you. First thing I'd like to do is introduce my guest, Sergeant Sharon McKim. She will be interested in taking my role when I leave at the end of the year. So she will be attending some board meetings, and she works a lot up here, and she's attended some other board meetings, but just kind of get a feel for Lions, and I support her 150%. Should be a really good choice and a really good fit for the town. So,
Thank you.
okay, so I do have actually a little bit to talk about the pricing, so I'm gonna try to make it quick. We did have some staff changes. So Deputy Jessica Yates has moved on to detectives, as I told you guys, I think the last time I was here. So I'm working on a backfill for that. I've got a deputy on my team that's interested in taking that spot, who I supervised for quite some time, and he'd be a really good fit. I'll be meeting with him tomorrow. So I don't want to announce it too quick, but I think he'll be really happy to come up here and take her place. Also, a night shift officer, Jesse Robinson, has resigned and moved on to a different department. So the backside of the weeknights is still looking for kind of a permanent replacement. We like to keep it very consistent with our deputies so that day-to-day, night-to-night stuff is, you know, you get to know the town, the people and all of that and how we run things up here. So it's a little bit of a selection, but it's also we want guys and gals to be up here to be in line. So we're looking for the right fit, right people. So that's ongoing at this point. The Summer Vibe was a week or so ago. It went through town, no problems. Brought in some bikers and runners and all that. Didn't have any issues there. 4th of July weekend was very, very busy. The parks were very, very busy. We did have a felony menacing occur through town that started as a road rage incident, in which an arrest was made outside of town. So that case was open and closed, but that just, again, the amount of people coming up and down the two canyons, especially from Estes, tempers just flare, and it usually results in somebody not doing something that they're supposed to be doing. The other cases that we're working on currently, and we're always working on the graffiti stuff, but lately we've had some illegal dumping in Bond Park. We were able to solve one of the cases, track down the people and educate them appropriately. My guy that's in town now, Cosme Loya, Deputy Loya, he was a Lions deputy up here for a couple of years when I was chief. So he's kind of filling in right now and he's working these cases. We have a second case that came up, I think yesterday or today, that he's working on right now. So we hope to finish those off, and then he presented some ideas on maybe some preventative measures that we could use in the parks to prevent this from happening. So I'm gonna be talking to him tomorrow and see what we can figure out. So that's going on there. Water rescues, again. I know I've talked about this before. I did have I was in contact with, is it Kathy with the Redstone? So she asked for some information on water rescues and policies and procedures and things like that. A couple of weeks ago, there was a couple of rescues, I think, in down in Coal Creek Canyon and another canyon close by, but nothing in Boulder. So she was just asking me some questions. So I was able to provide her with some statistical stats on what's going on in Lions, the policies and procedures that we have as a department, and then the ordinances. Okay. The ordinances that were passed with the life vest and stuff. So I was able to at least get that message out through the Redstone and kind of clarified again what constitutes a water rescue. And we've had two examples in the last 2 weeks. We had an example today where the water rescue button was pushed because the caller that called in did the very classic, my two teenagers left on tubes and I haven't seen them in an hour. So that creates a panic in most parents, as it normally would. But when the calls come into dispatch that way, the default is a water rescue because we don't know. The meetings that I had with staff, with Dave and his crew and the security and the park hosts, that in order for a water rescue to be a true water rescue, we need to really see somebody go in the water, see somebody under distress, see somebody crying for help, that type of thing. The lost tuber, that type of stuff generally doesn't constitute that. So there was a big flood of resources that came in town as I was coming up here for the meeting. And the two teenagers walked into Laverne Johnson and said, we're okay. So I don't ever want to downplay what I think could be a potential emergency, and that's not what we're trying to do. But we want to try to utilize the resources effectively. So last week we had a very similar experience where there was a teenager wearing a life preserver, did the same thing, went down the river, but then didn't come back in a timely fashion. And it was called in by the security staff to us, which was perfect because we were able to deploy people in a controlled manner. And within 15 minutes, they came in to Laverne Johnson. So those are just those two opposites that we get on each extreme. And again, I don't ever want to downplay the potential of a rescue, a water rescue, but the river fortunately has been down We really have not seen the runoff that we normally see. We haven't been in a tubing ban. The water really is only crested a couple times in the high 600, low 700s. That happened in the middle of the night when the flows come down, and there's a big science to that. So we really haven't seen a lot of need for it, which is good. I'm still just trying to educate everybody on the whole water rescue incident that happened. We did have one last week in Boulder Creek, down through the city that came into the county where that person unfortunately died. But he was in the water. I don't know how he got in. That was a Boulder City call. And then, of course, the Barker Dam Reservoir one that we had too. So it happens, and we just want to be prepared for it. So I just kind of wanted to explain that again and make sure everybody was understood. That's where we were at with water rescues. The stats that I have, been trying to get to you guys prior to me getting here is just been cumbersome for me, but I am working hard on that. Water rescues in May was 0. Water rescues in the term water rescue, 2 in the month of June. And neither only one of them was a true water rescue, where we did have a teenager, young adult, stranded on a rock in the middle of the river. So that constituted an actual water rescue, not just stranded on the other side. So we are doing very, very well in the parks. Very, very well with the rental place and everything. So I will definitely say too that our interactions with the security staff and the park host has been just phenomenal. They do an excellent job helping us. We are not in there for the mundane stuff. They're taking care of business. And once it gets to the level through the protocols that we established, it's working out really well. So I want to thank the staff for all that work as well. All right. We're gearing up for Rocky Grass, the 25th through 27th. That's the festivals are coming, so we're gearing up for that. Since I'm talking stats real quick before I get to my last little agenda item, going back to the noise complaint, I know it was a few meetings ago that we did talk about noise, so I've been trying to track that. In May, we had 4 calls for noise complaints. In June, we had 2. So the issue there, the second part of that I'm trying to just get to you guys is, what are those complaints? Were they fireworks, barking dogs, music? Because that was the hot topic, right? Or motorcycles, loud volumes of traffic and whatnot. So I'm trying to go back through that. Takes a little more effort to go back through each call through our CAD system and figure out what the actual complaint was. It's not captured as well as just the actual tick mark of, noise complaint. So I got to kind of research that a little bit. I want you guys to be able to just have that, the best and most accurate information on the noise stuff when it comes time for that whole ordinance to go through. So I'm still working on that. Total calls for service in May were 185, and in June it amped up to 225. That also includes officer initiated activity, which I've talked about before when I was chief. A traffic stop, a deputy calling out to do foot patrol in parks, downtown in business, stuff like that. Those are basically calls that aren't generated through a dispatch say, hey, I need help over there. So, and then once I get you, I can get that out to you guys tomorrow. And again, I apologize for not getting it to you today. I got it just today. But that's where the breakdown is for, like, how many criminal mischief reports have we taken? How many, assaults have we taken? Stuff like that. That's where that report comes. So you guys will be able to have that broken down as Sergeant Sears was giving it to you. All right, so then the last thing that I was going to talk about is just the uptick in the Saturday rallies in the Lions Freedom Triangle. We are developing an operations plan for that. I've been talking to a couple of the leaders that organize those rallies, just on the outside chance that something happens. When I was chief up here before, the board had asked for an operations plan for Laverne Johnson Park for a multitude of things. And when I explained to everybody that, that's a monumental task, I can write you a 1,000-page volume of what to do in case of a rattlesnake, a flood, a fire, a plane crash, that type of stuff. But with the rallies being in the area that they are, and in the climate that we are seeing on the news, the things that are happening in the South, the Pearl Street Mall type stuff, the safety is on everybody's mind. So the ops plan I'm putting together is very short, simple, but it will be a little bit of this is our goal, this is our mission, these are the contacts. If this happens, if this happens, that. Mostly it's gonna be a document so that people on scene can have an avenue that, okay, if the demonstration has elevated to this level, what do I do? This level, what do I do? The contacts, the appropriate contacts, the 911 emergency numbers, my numbers, town staff numbers, things like that, in case there is an incident in that little triangle. So that, I'm almost finished with that. I will have that done before the July 17th rally, because I'm understanding that's gonna be a little bit larger. And that's always been the case, and the more people you get there, just the larger. That's what I have been working on the last few weeks.
Thank you very much. Question?
So with the tubers who get called in, is it because they get lost walking back up to the park?
Almost 9 out of 10 times, they're usually not from around here, so they don't know how to get back to the park, and they don't know where they're coming out of the river. So that's what happened today. They were not familiar, they were not English speaking. So it was a little bit harder with the language barrier. And again, they didn't know where they were at. So getting back to Liver and Johnson takes a little bit of time, especially if they go down like October, November, all that far down. There's a little bit of hike back up, so you can see where 45 minutes to an hour of not knowing where your kids are after they left on the tube can be frightening. Definitely not faulting any of the parents or any of the calls for sure, but just trying to be very cautious of the expenditure of the resources. And I don't want Lions Fire and BES to be, donning their stuff, 5 times a day. It'll be a problem, so.
Is that something we can?
I was gonna say.
We are.
More signage up.
We are doing that now. If you've seen the wayfinding
Yeah,
signs that
that's what I
started
was saying.
going up, the next phase will have one. There is one at the Blackbird Pole, but it's on the south side of the river. And so if people get out on the north side, there's not a sign. But there's one to be put on Railroad Avenue here very shortly. That will show an arrow back to Liver and Johnson Park. So that will help. I think that is part of it, is people don't know how to get back to the park. The other one is when the water's high. I think most calls are people get to the other side of the river and they don't know how to get back. Without going back in the cold water. So that's most of the calls in high water. But I just think people just are jumping in on it too, of not really understanding the makeup of the river, how far it goes, how far of a walk it is back, and it takes longer than people are anticipating, and they get nervous. So we continue to work on signage.
It's off topic from your report, but something that came up in a workshop. Do you ever get involved in e-bike issues where you have to do classifications of e-bike? We talked about the difficult down trails and difficulty of enforcing different classifications. Is that something you ever deal with?
In the county, not so much. I do know that in some of the county parks, the e-bikes are prohibited. I believe right up here on Picture Rock, they're prohibited because of the roughness on the bike trail. E-bikes are different because it's going to become a topic because there's so many more of them, and it's in between a skateboard and a motorcycle, right? So now you're getting them going very quickly on bike lanes and bike paths. So we haven't ventured into it yet, but I see it coming for sure.
You haven't seen it in other places in the county.
Not yet. We just see them out there. I checked in with Sergeant Solomon Superior. Nothing at this point. With that, I think Lions is the most liberal with you already have the golf carts and stuff like that. So there's some things that can happen there. So I think people just automatically feel like an electric bike, why not? So I believe right now it would be treated as a toy on a highway under the statute that you cannot have. We dealt with a very similar situation when those really small motorcycles came out, that those are toy little rocket motorcycles. And then they were getting on the highways. So it falls under the 42 code. But there's a specific statute for toys on a highway or roadway, which would be like a longboard, skateboard down Flagstaff. The little small motorcycles, e-bikes are probably going to fit into that. And then there's the elements for there will fall under what a driver's license would take, because you can't operate that stuff on a roadway, period, without driver's license to start with, even though operating those on the roadway is not permitted. So there's a lot there's a lot of nuances into those statutes, but e-bikes are finding their way into the blue book. Thanks.
Any questions over here? So I appreciate your apologies for times you don't get stuff to us. We do understand you are stretched very thin.
Thank you.
So there's no problem with that whatsoever.
I will, because this report was coming into fruition when I was leaving, so I just trying to get the familiarization to it, and I don't know if the lady in Superior that puts these together for us understands where my board meetings are, because she's kind of focused on Superior, but we're gonna get that worked out, and I'm gonna get you that stuff, and thank you, I appreciate that. We're working as hard as we can.
Thank you much.
All right.
Good meeting you.
Good to meet you too.
All right, we're gonna go find out what next going on. I try to be quiet, turn off my radio stuff so I can focus on the meeting, but something is happening, so
Yeah.
have a good night, thank you. Yes. I will.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Administrators report.
Thank you. I think I'll keep this short in light of the lengthy sheriff's office report tonight, and I know we have lots of public input or public presentations. So, you all have a copy of my report. Crystal DeCoster mentioned the Ready Grant that was awarded from DOLA, and we will be bringing forward a resolution for you to accept that as soon as we get the paperwork. But this will allow for improvements to the visitor center space, to allow artisans to use the space, and also serve as visitor center, show their wares, have it as a working space, sell their wares if they want, and talk to the public about our art programs and hopefully the start of a larger creative district for them. We have gotten the picnic tables, benches, umbrellas, and bike stands ordered for Main Street. So those will be coming, and when they are, we will be installing those. They're a much more permanent, heavy duty sort of furniture that the owners will be responsible for the umbrellas going up and down every night, so those don't get destroyed every week. I did, Lisa put in a housing coordinator update. One of the things we should probably let the public know is the building department and permitting department has moved back to town hall. It was out at the Public Works building for a while, but now that Lisa is going from just town planner to director of planning and building, she is now overseeing building, planning, and permitting processes. So those are moved back here to town hall. People will not have to go out to the Public Works building. Gave you some updates on some specific developments and addresses in town. You also have a list of the code compliance for the past month. We have sent over 50 letters regarding tall grass, weeds, and brush removal. And pleased to hear that 90% of those have complied with the first warning. So that's great response from people being educated about our local codes. And golf cars are now, you're up to 94 registered, which is quite a bit higher than any other years, and continue to educate people on where they can go daily there as well. So let's see. My paragraph on long range capital planning got cut off, but Trustee Hamrick met with Director Eystone and myself to start the framework for a long range capital plan. And you don't know this yet, but our town engineer has significant experience in this area. I think we're going to be really pleased with the amount of detail he's able to provide. We are looking at like a 20 to 30 year needs list for the entire town. It's going to be a little head spinning when you see all those numbers, but we do want to continue to fine tune this. So by the time we go into really detailed budgeting, you guys have the information you need to make some good decisions. So we are doing that. Request for proposals on digitizing all paper records is going out this week. The pavement program for 2025, all property owners have been informed. of the project and their parking restrictions. And then week by week, as they finish areas, we will give another reminder. So this mostly includes most of the north area of town, as well as Stone Canyon Road and Ewald area. So if you got a door knocker, you are part of this project. And then I do want to also just update on the St. Vrain Corridor Trail. And remind the general public that they are not to be on the trail yet. It's still under the control of the contractor, so they are bearing that liability. We still have railing that need to be placed over some steep areas on the sides. We have people going past the barricades and traversing onto private property. And so we're gonna ask the public to let them finish this project. They have to the end of the month. And then we will be announcing a great grand open of the trail in early August. And other than that, you have a list of upcoming activities and meetings in town. Are there any questions?
Any questions?
Couple of topics. Number one, I really appreciate the code enforcement reports being in this and available to the public, because I think it helps in code compliance. If people can easily see what's being enforced and how it's being enforced, and everything. I think it has a incentive effect to comply. Which I thought it was good, and I appreciate the detail. One aspect of that I was glad to see and kind of surprised to see is notices about Siberian elms, which is something that's very close to my. I deal with a couple of Siberian elm areas in town. But I noticed when I was walking down the sidewalk on Upper Fifth Avenue a couple of weeks ago, that as you walk down that fairly narrow sidewalk, Siberian elms are actually kind of taking over the sidewalk. You can actually walk down there. In that area, and then on Upper Second Avenue, like High Street and First Avenue, similar situation. You have houses and driveways and kind of an interior drive situation, then area of property between those and the street. And I know under our code, it says that homeowners are
Responsible to
responsible
maintain.
for maintenance down to basically down to the street. But I'm not sure it's clear to everybody who owns that strip of property. It's in between the area of the houses they use and the street.
Mhm.
And in both cases, there's some areas growing wild. Is that something that
We could better educate.
I'd like to
Sure, I will.
chat about that.
Sure.
I don't know how best to handle it. There's people that don't really need that strip of property for getting to and from their house and haven't maintained it for other things. They're unlikely to undertake the substantial effort that's required to keep us out of the house.
Understand. I think we could start with education, which he's already started for Siberian elms specifically. But this has been a struggle for years, is how to educate people that you may not, the right of way in every neighborhood that the town owns. In some places, it goes up to people's front doors, and in other places, it just goes to the curb. So it's really, you have to deal with this almost individually to educate people because it is different. So whether or not it's right of way or it's private property, every property owner is required to maintain to the curb. And if you don't own it and it's town right of way, you get the pleasure of using it in exchange. So as you know, we have lots of people that use the right of way to put in fences and gardens and, they put in grass, they've just beautified it. And so it's a two-way street. We can't have half the people thinking they don't have to, and then half the people wanting to, so that they have more area to use privately until the town ever needs it. I'm happy to pass that along and try to do some better education, because the north side of town right of way is very different than the subdivisions.
I may want to meet with them, show them a few areas.
You're welcome,
I don't
sure,
know.
we can arrange that.
Whose property that is.
Yeah, so Lisa is the code compliance overseer now, so she can help you get connected with them.
And the second item I had a question on the housing coordinator.
Yes,
At what point would we, county Lions, have to start pay money to continue that housing coordinator those funds are. It's grant funded at the moment.
It is grant funded at the moment. Part of it will be determined by what salary we have to pay them. So we have a set amount of grant money. And so when that runs out, we can either end the position or we can choose to pick it up ourselves. The other option is Boulder County, through the Affordable and Attainable Housing Tax, has requested that we apply for what they're calling the innovative grant that's gonna come out in August, September. And they said they'll pick up the difference to let it go 2 to 3 years. Hopefully, that's their goal. They would love all the communities to get on the same page, you know. The large communities have housing staff of dozens, and then there's communities like us and Ned that don't have even a half-time person assigned to it. So they would love for everybody to be able to have that for the next couple of years while we get through all these housing initiatives at the state level. So once the grant funding we have is out, we get to opt out or find another source to continue it. So we'll bring that to you well in advance. Right now, I'd say we have enough to go at least 1.5 years. Yeah.
No, quickly for the record, because there's no decisions in front of us yet.
Yes.
about that, but
Yes.
one, we have no local housing to coordinate, Boulder County or private sector. On all of our housing. Assuming the sewer project goes forward and settles it does, we want to met our housing goals, so. Future needs of the housing coordinator or something that. Needs to be looked at the time that we decide whether we need to find it.
It'll likely be the next one.
Yep.
Other additional questions? On the restriping and et cetera and whatnot that's taking place in Stone Canyon, there is still no stop sign at Nolan Road and Stone Canyon. So I haven't been there for a very long time. Probably need to, I think that's the water folks in the one house are about the only people that go out of the lips still.
Okay, thank you.
Uh,
We do have our finance update. I don't know if you want the director to go
Sure,
through
yeah, let's
that
do that.
or not.
Let's do that.
Good evening. There isn't a whole lot to report. The numbers that we have are through May 31st. And the sales tax for April, the month of April sales are in. And those were 6.4% higher than April of last year. And then the year to date is 8% higher than last year. So we'll continue to watch those numbers as always. I will be bringing a budget amendment at a future meeting, and that basically just handles anything that the board's approved to date since the budget, as well as any rollovers. So we'll see that at a future meeting. So those budget numbers are actually not reflected in the report. So things like the stormwater fund look very, very high in comparison with the budget, but that's because we had the culvert expenses for that. So those will all be added in at a later date. And then we'll approve that amendment at a future meeting. The next meeting that we have, we will be bringing the financial statements for 2024 for approval, and our auditors will be also presenting those and available for questions. So we'll finally be able to wrap up 2024 at the next meeting. And so far, things are looking really well. So no findings that I'm aware of. And I look forward to a smooth process.
Any questions for Director Ashton? Thank you very much. Welcome back from vacation.
Thank you.
Legal update.
Thank you so much. So since we last talked, I think we had CML up in Breckenridge. I got the chance to go to dinner with Mayor Rogan and also spoke on 2 different panels. Believe it or not, legal and legislative stuff is already happening in both in the energy and the telecommunications sector. So probably keeping me busy in the fall. There's likely to be also a special session on AI policy. There's an AI law passed that has a bunch of obligations for everyone, including us, which are more or less incapable of being complied with. And so upon that realization, it sounds like they're gonna do a special session maybe to fix some of that. So we'll continue to stay on top of all of that, but I have nothing else to report.
Any questions? Okay, that's it for staff reports. The gods are smiling on us apparently, there are no ordinances or public hearings. And so, could you read the consent agenda?
Yes, item 1 is resolution 2025-44, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting public improvements at 501 West Main Street. Item 2 are the June 16th, 2025 regular Board of Trustees meeting minutes, and item 3 are the July accounts payable.
And is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? And is there a second? Second. Anything anybody wants to remove it from consent? No removals, then it's going to be consent.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Moving on to boards and commissions is my pleasure and honor to, on the mayor's behalf, appoint John Thomas and Mia Glover to the Public Advisory Board. And moving on to a resolution, going to ask for staff. I think, Kristen, you are
You guys both come on.
making a presentation here, and Claudia, you can come up as well. This is resolution 24-45, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting a legacy sculpture entitled Shay by artist Kimmer J. Macaruth and donated by Greg Fitzgerald.
So I can speak to that. So I'm Kristen Bruckner, coordinator of public art and historic preservation.
Public.
And, okay. And, yes, the item. We've had a lot of exciting things happening with public art. If anyone has seen the new Rusty the Moose out on the highway and the new horse installation, we've had a lot of great pieces coming in. And today that we would like to put forth a resolution to accept, for the board to accept a legacy sculpture. And this is a really special piece that's, I think the board has actually seen photographs of it a few months ago. But we are very fortunate tonight to have the artist here with us. And if it's okay, I'd love to have her just give us a little background on kind of her inspiration and how she really chose Lyons as its home. And also she has an amazing donor that also felt like this was a very important gift to make. So this is Kimmer.
Yeah, I'm Kim J. Macaris, and I've been a sculptor all my life and a musician almost that long. And music is a lot of my connection to Lyons. I've been in Colorado 41 years now and always loved coming here, but through Andy Clark at Norksey, I got really connected to the scene there and love coming here on Sundays to play with people and love swimming in your beautiful river. Anyway, I work very intuitively, and this stone called to me forever, years before I brought it to my house. And when it started to emerge, and the whole story, I've also sent Kristen a video that I compressed the 6 years it took me to make it into 6 minutes. So you get a feel for what that was like. Are you showing?
No, but I'm happy to share it.
Okay. And there's also, I have a website and I'm sent a resume also for the town's records. And so you can, there's a lot of background. I have several pieces that are installed in stone in various cities here and one in Florida, really one in Chicago, but they are well appreciated. But this stone always seemed to me to want to be here, and when it emerged with this lion sort of character, the Sphinx was a lot of inspiration. I just got really clearer that it wanted to come here, so I began to follow every lead that I had to speak with someone who might figure this out. Meantime, one of my Moxie coffee buddies in Louisville, where I go a lot, and where I first started playing with Andy. We're just coffee buddies, and he came to my house for a music event, and he saw the work, and we didn't talk about our finances. I had no idea his power in that realm, but he initially said, well, I might like to have this for my kids to play. And I think I paused a little bit and first, really, can you just buy a thing like that? It's a lot, what I would ask. And I also said, I think it should be where a lot of people can play on it. And so he adopted that mission as well. And I believe the stone, the color of it's very light. It's technically lion's red sandstone, but it's what I came to understand was a vein that came around Carter Lake. So I also went to Carter Lake and swam in the lake, looked at the hillsides in that color, and it's maybe up here. And so that was sort of a second possibility, but that her heart was in lions. So when there was a positive response from the town, I was overjoyed. And it turned out that Greg and his lovely wife Marika also have connections. Their early romance had a lot of Lions time. So they and their daughters have played in this perfect spot that we found, which hopefully will work out. And so they have a connection here too, and it will be very meaningful for them as well. So I think it's
Thank you so much. Thank you for the beautiful work. And for those important words you spoke. I think it needs to be where more children can play on it. I think that was great. And whenever you're ready to get rid of that necklace, I'm. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Where did you say the stone came from?
Well, I found it at Tribblestone. So one of the chapters in my life involved running a small landscape design build firm for about 12 years. And so I spent a lot of time there, and I knew Eric and Chuck Tribble, his father. And I was so in love with this stone there. Eric sold the place, and I haven't been able to get a hold of him. I've tried because I wanted to know, because he probably would know. But in one of the other projects, Eric did take me up to the quarry that Tribble has, which is above Lions. And I don't think I could get there without his help anymore, but seeing the rock, where his family quarried stone was a strong thing. So I'm sure he would know where it is from, but I haven't been able to find him.
It's a really cool piece. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
There she is.
And
One day. There's her face.
Thanks, Mountain Lion.
Claudia, is there anything you want to add to this?
Well, Kimber, we're just so grateful to have this piece. I mean, it's very seldom that we have a legacy piece of this beauty and size, given to our community. So we thank you so much. Yeah, it's really special.
You're worth it. And authenticity and connectedness of this community is palpable, and I'm just elated she gets to be.
There she is.
Anything else from the staff?
Didn't read the resolution.
No, you don't have to read it.
Yeah.
I'm happy to entertain a motion on this.
Thank you, Kimber.
Yeah, I move to adopt resolution 2025-45, a resolution of the town of Alliance, Colorado, accepting a legacy sculpture entitled Shay.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
And discussion of the hammer.
Is there a home that's been designated?
We're trying to find the right location within Bone Park.
Okay.
Hopefully between the skate park and the playground. We realized we don't have benches for parents to watch either. And we think this would be a nice place if we can find a place near there where whether you're watching skateboarders or the playground, you could have a place to sit. But the exact location is to be determined. It's a large piece to deliver. And it's being delivered by a crane and we have to figure out how to get it back there without breaking irrigation. So we're working on that part, but that's our goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My grandkids will be all over.
I know, mine will be too. Yeah. Yeah.
Fantastic.
I think that's great. We have lions of all kinds in Lions, and more lions are always welcome. We love it.
That's true. African lions, mountain lions.
I think I may crawl on it more than the kids.
It is such a marvelous thing to have so much beautiful art in this town. I saw something today that was terribly frightening in one measure and absolutely wonderful in another. I saw a car come screeching to a halt, coming up to the light when the light was green, coming up to the light at McConnell, pulled aside, back up,
The moose.
just so somebody could get out and take pictures of the moose.
Rusty the moose, yeah.
And it was out of state car, and I thought, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's just, it's one of those proud moments and also terrifying moments. It's like, yeah, that was dangerous, but marvelous nonetheless. Any other questions? In that case, I will call for a vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you.
We are so happy and excited to have you, Peace. Thank you so, so much. And now I think we're going to have a presentation by Claudia and Kristen. Claudia, I think.
Yeah, thank you.
It's a great
It's a
segue
great
to our public art program, and specifically Hearts of Lions, our sculpture loaner program that Melinda Wonder has really championed for many years. And would you come on up, Melinda?
Yes, we just want to take a minute to honor Melinda, who for her husband
Stand here.
who leading Lions up or just stand up here. Soak it all in, right? We want to take time tonight to honor and recognize Melinda Wonder, who has served with the Lions Arts and Humanities Commission since 2017. She cultivated, curated, and directed the Lions Arts and Humanities Hearts of Lions outdoor arts collection all over town, expanding and growing it significantly over the years. She also initiated a business sponsorship program, researched and deployed the Clio app for the Arts Walking Tour, helped active golf cart art tours, pioneered the use of the cafe program to dramatically increase entries to the Lions Arts and Humanities Commission call to artists and sculptures. Melinda established bilingual public plaques for sculptures and selected for the Hearts of Lions program, and negotiated increased sculptor stipends for those whose work was selected. She was involved with the signage for the Clarifier Community Mosaic, the Ute Trail Marker, and Lions Creative Outlets, and the contribution of the Pink Lady sculpture, now rehomed in Melinda's garden on High Street.
We're renaming it.
We're renaming it, yes, with a plaque. In Spanish as well. Her involvement while she lived in Lyons was exceptional, an example of civic engagement at its best, utilizing one's skills and passion for the better of all residents who live within or visit this fair town. We wish her the best as she relocates outside of Lyons, and we know that a part of her heart will always be here in Lyons, Colorado. Thank you, Melinda. It's been an honor. Yeah, absolutely.
Turn to face the folks. We would love to present you with this certificate, honoring you for all the wonderful work you've done and our appreciation for it. So we want to grab a picture of this. So.
Absolutely, how grateful we are for you and how tremendously missed you will be.
Anything you'd like to say?
No, it's
No.
just been an honor. I'm tired.
Yes, all right, yep, moving and selling your house takes a lot out of you.
Yeah.
It does.
Mhm.
Check with us.
She's good.
There you go.
Thank you
Great.
so much.
Paparazzi.
And thank you, Crystal, for finding so many cool pieces and sending them my way.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Yeah.
being the cool recipient.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you all.
Yeah,
thank you.
This is Wonderful.
We'll miss you in town.
Oh, we're gonna miss her so much.
That's what you just feel great about living in this town. That was marvelous. Moving on to general business, resolution 2025-46. Resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting an annexation application, making certain findings of fact, finding substantial compliance for such petition, and setting a public hearing for property annexation known as the 4497 Ute Highway annexation. Staff report on this.
Yes, 1 second, I'm joining the webinar so that I can share my screen.
Recording in progress.
That's great. All right. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Board of Trustees. Tonight, we're here to consider acceptance of a annexation petition and declaration of substantial compliance for the 4497 Ute Highway annexation. Just to clarify with folks, this is the property that is highlighted in red on the image on the screen there. So it is on the west side of Highland Drive, north of Highway 66, near the intersection with US 36. So just a little bit about annexation. As a statutory town, we follow the process set forth by state law. The acceptance of this annexation petition and a determination of substantial compliance is the first step, which would authorize basically town staff to then process the application, send it out on referral, define the terms of a draft annexation agreement, and then once fully reviewed by staff and the referral agencies, the application is considered by the PCDC and then again by the Board of Trustees for full approval. So tonight, we're not here to really discuss the merits of the application. This is just a procedural step. However, the applicant and some of their representatives are here for any questions for you. So in your packet, you'll find a resolution of substantial compliance, stating that it meets the provisions of annexation, primarily that the Board of Trustees finds that this is necessary and desirable to the town, and that it meets the requirements of the state statutes. And then finally, we'll be setting the public hearing for August 18th, 2025. So the state law says we cannot set that public hearing less than 30 days, but no more than 60 days from tonight. That being said, should the applicant or town staff determine that we're not really ready to go on August 18th, we will request continuances. So we don't have to kind of do this step in. That's all I have for you. I know Town Attorney Dittman is on the line, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And if you'd like to hear from the applicant, they are available as well.
And we have heard from the applicants at the beginning. Is there anything else you'd like to tell us at this point?
To be clear, the applicant is Mr. Dave Markley.
Ah, yes.
So yeah, he is in the room and available as well.
Anything you'd like to?
Okay.
Do you have any questions? I'm more than happy to answer them.
We can get to that in a few minutes then.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, I will entertain a motion.
I'll move resolution 2025-46, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, finding substantial compliance and initiating annexation proceedings for the property known as 4497 Ute Highway.
Do we have a second?
Second.
And now discussion. Trustee Delvin, do you have any questions or comments?
I don't think so.
Okay, Mark?
I've got a, question about the utilities, and I know we're not there yet in terms of what's required, but
Sure.
will this property to connect to town utilities be dependent upon the utilities being in place for the, Depot property that we annexed a short time ago?
That's what we anticipate being in the agreement unless the applicant would like to be responsible for bringing utilities to the site. So we anticipate that this agreement will say, you know, once town utilities are in place, then they would have a certain amount of time that they then have to connect to such utilities.
There, I looked today, I don't think that there's any requirement that once something is annexed, that it has to be on town utilities within a certain period of time, right? It's when the town administrator sends a letter saying connections are available. Is that basically how it works?
Yeah, I'll look to town attorney Dittman too on that, or
Yeah, I mean, you probably remember us going through this with Tebow. I mean, there are certain triggers that do require them to connect to town utilities. However, we do have a little bit of flexibility here with we were able to find in the Tebow situation. So I mean, the anticipation it would be that Tebow would extend out the utilities, you know, their property, and then through the annexation agreement with you know this applicant, they would be required to connect once those are out there, and to you know basically work it out with Tebow. And we see that quite a bit in these types of situations. That's what we're anticipating being you know the case. We think that there is enough flexibility in the existing code to you know to kind of make that work.
In the interim, there's a water rights letter in the packet. There's a existing well that's sufficient to serve the anticipated uses of the property until such time as the
Yeah.
connections could be available. So
yeah, utility director Kaplan has reviewed the letter. I mean, well, again, this is part of the purpose of the, you know, full review of the annexation, but we'll make sure we take a look at all that in more detail.
that's all my questions.
We have this one.
No questions, just scratch my head while Boulder County rezoned this to ag, but I'll never figure that out.
What?
That was to, yeah,
Go ahead.
no, the reason was to encourage
Yeah.
annexation into the town of Lyons in our primary planning area. I did contact them when we got the application and said, is there any way, knowing we're working in good faith toward this? And we do, you know, want it to be annexed, it's in our planning area. Is there any kind of exception we could get to let commercial continue, since it was just right on the heels of that? And the response I received was that the rezoning had taken place and that was not possible. And so we're moving forward with this.
Yeah, no, I understand
Yeah,
that.
okay.
It was commercial for 50+
I
years.
know, we tried.
Yeah, I just wanted to make clear, the town requested Boulder County to do that. In fact, Mayor Rogan and I went to the commissioner session where they ruled on that, and this property, others were discussed, and that was something the town wanted to do to encourage annexations in the Alliance. So everybody understood that this wasn't really agricultural property, but there was a reason for doing that, and they did it at the town's request.
I have a few questions that I think can come up at a later time, not particularly appropriate here, so unless there are any other questions, I call for a vote on this.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Look forward to seeing us move on to the next step, and we want to see this done and you guys open again. It's exciting. Thank you very much. Moving on now to also in general business, resolution 2025-47. A resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, enacting a temporary moratorium on issuance of demolition permits in the downtown commercial district. Staff report on this, please.
I'm gonna start with the planning report, and then I think we have some legal input.
Oh, it looks.
Yeah, please feel free, you don't have to stay for the whole meeting. Unless you would like to.
All right, so, there we go. So tonight we're here to consider a moratorium on the issuance of demolition permits in the historic downtown area. Initially, this was requested on behalf of Mayor Rogan, and in response to some work that the Historic Preservation Commission is going to be doing. So this image is on a later slide when we get to kind of the policy questions, but I just want to be clear that the area in town for which this moratorium would apply is outlined in black. So essentially the properties between 4th and 5th along High, 2 properties on the west side of 5th, 602 and 610, and then the properties fronting Main between 3rd and 5th Avenue. And all of this area could be amended by the board should they decide to move this forward. So a little bit of background. The town established historic preservation regulations in 2021. This ordinance allows the town to designate properties and districts as historic. To date, the depot across the street here to our north is currently our only local landmark. Numerous properties are on the state and national registers. However, local designation provides the town the greatest oversight authority of demolition changes and emotions of historic properties. Over the last few years, the town has 2 lost structures in the historic downtown area, although we want to note that the exemption in the resolution would have allowed these to move forward. So if there's an unsafe circumstance, things like that, they could go forward. So really the purpose of the moratorium, the Historic Preservation Commission is interested in evaluating additional strategies to preserve existing buildings and lands. And as you all know, keeping our tax base in place while we're considering these types of actions is important. But more importantly, I think we want to make sure that we give ourselves time to consider designation of 1 or more historic districts under Chapter 16 and Article 12 of the Lyons Municipal Code, or we look at other criteria. So maybe it's not historic designation of a district, but maybe we look at changes to existing buildings within the historic downtown overlay and the commercial design standards. So I think this 8-month proposed moratorium would give us time to evaluate the strategies or potentially other strategies yet that are not, haven't emerged as an option. Town does have legal authority to do temporary moratoriums for a purpose such as this. So the town attorney Dittman can speak to your authority to enact such a moratorium should you have questions on that. Again, the terms of the moratorium, staff proposes 8 months. Again, it prevents issuance of demolition permits, and then the area covered by the moratorium here outlined here. And then after further review and some discussion, we are recommending an amendment to the resolution itself. So 1 is to correct an error in language. The staff report talks about acceptance of permits. Issuance of permits. The resolution in the packet is published with the word acceptance. So we need to change that to issuance. So you can see that highlighted here. And then we would propose adding the language or is approved by the Board of Trustees for reasons of good cause. So currently the resolution in the packet would allow an exemption for unsafe buildings, but we'd also like to put an option for maybe, a different circumstance that you all could authorize the demolition for a situation other than it being determined unsafe. So we would recommend this amendment to the resolution that's in the packet. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have on this one.
I'd like to add a couple comments since Mayor Rogan is not here in my discussion with her about this. She heard a couple really disturbing comments by current owners of substantially significant buildings in town that they would tear them down in a minute if they were offered the right price. And knowing that we've had what people describe as these 2 holes in the ground now for, 1 a year and a half and the other one for over 2 years, it was kind of a terrifying thought. And at the same time, the Historic Preservation Chair, Sarah Lorraine, had already been planning, they were planning to bring forward something to identify the historic district so that there would be there'd be more thought into what might happen. Most of you may not be aware, there is another substantial building on Main Street that is currently for sale. There's actually 2. And if those were to sell and be taken down immediately, because it is in some circumstances cheaper to take it down and build a new structure than it is to retrofit or maintain the outside. This would only be exterior we're trying to preserve, nothing inside. So I think when Mayor Rogan discussed this with me, she was like, oh my goodness, there are 5 structures right now that we don't have any protections in place. So the intent was actually to look at, we brainstormed, is there a way that we could say, we won't issue a demolition permit unless there's an approved plan development review? You know, like there's a plan for it so that we don't have this long gap of years in between a demolition and a build. And that's where the legal advice came in from Attorney Dittman, that that is probably not the best way to go, but communities, this is not unusual to have moratoriums on the issuance of demolition in communities that have historic districts. So this is really simply in trying to prevent the demise of our downtown, put in some kind of mechanism that would at least put it on pause until the board could review plans and the owner have an opportunity to tell us what they're thinking. Not to eliminate, you know, people's rights to do things, but just to try to prevent what's currently happening, you know, what we've had these last couple of years.
Attorney Devon?
Yeah, just to kind of, continue on that for a little bit about the question I was asked and, why we're seeking a moratorium, kind of given what the issue is. So I was asked about what we could do to basically condition a demolition permit on having this sort of development plan in place to make sure there was something that would replace, the torn down structure. And at least as the code exists currently, the authority to issue a building permit is done under the International Building Code, essentially, which we've adopted. And there's nothing in there about this. And having done some research on, what other communities are doing, it's not typical that people amend the International Building Code to require something like this. What is more common is that places which have historic districts have this kind of requirement in that section of their codes. And so Denver has, a requirement in their codes of that nature. Boulder does as well. A number of other communities make that an option to have in their historic, areas or historic buildings. And lo and behold, in researching our own code, we've already adopted similar types of regulations for historic buildings and certified historic districts. Where the issue comes into play is we do not currently have any of those that have been locally designated. And so none of these restrictions would apply. And so, I think, what we're left with is no current authority to do something like this. And because we have no current authority, just to have the ability to explore what could be possible, either by pursuing, the more typical route of, using our historic preservation authorities to do something like this, or maybe looking at amending our building code to allow for something like this. Putting a moratorium in place allows you to explore those options when there is this kind of present danger as there may be right now. And so moratoriums have been long held in Colorado to be perfectly acceptable to do something like this, to research an issue, to respond to an issue, to make sure the proper regulations are in place to allow for something, like this to be regulated properly. So long as it's limited in duration, it's not forever, that there is actual progress being made on the issue and that there are no, kind of state or federal preemptions from doing it. And in this case, I think a moratorium is perfectly appropriate if that's the policy decision the board wants to make. And so, the moratorium's in place because it's really the quickest thing to kind of address this problem. At least to keep the problem from getting worse while we explore the options of what we may want to do to, resolve this, or at least, better contain the issue. And so that's hopefully a little more background on why we went this route, kind of given the context of the issue as it's presented to me. But happy to answer any questions about, the moratorium itself or what maybe potential future options might be.
Anything else from staff on this? I'll entertain a motion. Is it best for us in entertaining a motion to include section 2 in the motion itself, or to come back with an amendment on that.
I would come back just so it's clean, and amend it. It can get messy, I think, if you do it the other way.
Okay.
I've got some questions first. I don't know if we do that
No,
before or after.
we need we need a motion and a second.
To discussion, you can ask
Any
questions.
questions is no discussion, yeah.
Yeah, we normally do questions first and then we motion. I had a couple of questions. Question number one, what notice was given of this potential moratorium to property owners downtown?
Just the agenda, I believe. I don't know that
There's
there
no,
was any.
there, no, this was rather, last minute, right before the mayor left.
Mhm.
So there hasn't been, other than just the public notice, of the meeting.
And second question to any of the staff, including Brandon. For a property in Lyons, either residential or commercial, can be designated as a local landmark. At the moment, that can only be done voluntarily, right? The property owner must consent.
The property owner must consent to the historic landmark of an individual property. I can't look up the code for an establishment of a historic district, so I might look at how an attorney
That's
does.
my question. My question is for anybody's property to be designated as a local landmark now. It can
Yeah.
only be done with your consent, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, but I think that does confuse the issue somewhat because you can be a district or a landmark district or a landmark property, and a landmark district can be done via the board of trustees.
But we have not done it.
Yep.
And I assume if we decide to go forward with potentially forming a landmark district, that the property owners would be able to appear and
Oh, of course.
argue
We
for
would
the
do
property to be included or not to be included in that district, right?
The intent would be to do engagement with property owners to, let them know of all the discussions.
Yeah, that process does require multiple public hearings, notification, everything else. So there would, it's certainly not a done deal. There's a lot of process involved.
I have a question on the time frame. What's the significance of 8 months?
Just the amount of time we think it would take to get through, the research, the review, get through the recommendation on local designation, get it through Historic Preservation Commission, have public meetings, just all of the above.
Yeah,
It
there's
could be
no
6 months.
exact.
It could be 6 months, but we know how fast time goes.
Yeah, there's no exact science to this really. I mean, most moratoriums are usually 6 months or 12 months, and I think 8 months is decided upon as a happy medium. But I don't think we're necessarily tied to that number.
I might ask Mayor Pro Tem, since she's on the Historic Preservation Commission, has there been progress made towards a historical district?
I'm gonna defer to our member who's present, for that. And let's see if he would like to make a comment on that.
I do believe it's scheduled for a future agenda, potentially in
It is,
August for
but I'd
discussion.
like to know if Gil has anything additional he would want to say with this.
We have been discussing it. We have not moved forward to make a recommendation of the Board of Trustees, but it is something on the top of mind for the commission.
It is a relatively new concern expressed. Just, is it, I want to say 2 meetings ago when it first came up, Kristen, do you remember that?
Really forward with remembering how long something, I know it's been there long enough for me to at least remember it.
Yeah,
So I would say we've had a discussion, at least 2, if not more meetings.
is that your recollection, Kristen? It has not been discussed in great depth.
Thank you.
At all
I
at this
believe
point.
there's intention that was the workshop.
Any other question for staff or commission members?
This was really upon the request of the mayor to bring it forward. Of course, not knowing she would not be here tonight.
Now I will correctly ask for a motion.
I move to approve resolution 2025-47, enacting a temporary moratorium on the issuance of demolition permits for certain properties in the historic downtown.
Is there a second?
Second.
No discussion. Start with you, Mark, on this.
Okay, first concern, and for purposes of tonight's voting, it's a decisive concern in my view. Is if something is going to be done to put an involuntary restriction on the rights of property, of business property owners in lines, it's primarily commercial property we're talking about, but some residences as well. Appropriate notice to the property owners should be essential. Giving them notice by posting it in a Board of Trustees packet on the Thursday afternoon before a holiday weekend for a decision on Monday is not enough notice to property owners. I believe at a minimum, we should put this off at least for 2 weeks and provide notice to the property owners in the proposed moratorium area that their property may be subject to involuntary moratorium on potential demolition. Secondly, I don't really see the urgency. Yes, there are some buildings for sale in downtown lines, as there have been many, many times over the years. That doesn't mean that those buildings are as far as within one about to be torn down. It's in fact, I think any prospective buyer, particularly of one of the older sandstone buildings in downtown Lyons, should be very hesitant to envision a purpose that would involve tearing down that building if they wish to have good community relations. I think there is some sort of to an extent, there's a natural tendency to, in Lyons, given our local attitudes, that would inhibit people from moving particularly quickly to tear down a building. So I don't think the fact that there are a couple of buildings for sale, as there have been many times over the years, necessitates a moratorium on 4 days notice. I asked the question about voluntary designation for landmark properties for a reason. When we passed the ordinance that established the Historic Preservation Commission, that was a key thing we talked about. That unlike some other municipalities and cities, Boulder among them, the idea, Austin, where I used to live, was another example of that. The idea of putting involuntary restrictions on people's property rights is something that should only be done after careful study and with great hesitation. This would put an involuntary restriction on somebody's property rights, as would historic district designation. Again, to do that on minimal notice, I think is a big change from what we discussed when we passed the ordinance that requires that any landmark property designation be done voluntarily. I also question whether this board in the remaining 9 months of our terms needs another project like this that may well be controversial and take a lot of time and effort to devote its attention and time to. We spent huge amounts of time on IGA and housing. We've got some extremely costly and important infrastructure projects to deal with between now and the end of our term. And I'm not sure this is going to be a productive use of our time. I discussed this with Mayor Rogan. I know that this is something she wanted to propose, and we probably discussed it before she had to leave town. I'm exploring ideas on maybe how to find some kind of middle ground on that. The language that's proposed to be added about as approved by the board for reasons of good cause was something that I had suggested to Mayor Rogan. I'm glad to see at least found its way in there. I'm not saying that I'm 100% opposed to this being done at some time, even at the next meeting. But I simply cannot vote for it tonight on 4 days notice by posting to the property owners. They're entitled to more notice than that.
Thank you. Trustee Gilman.
I think I don't have anything to say.
Trustee Moe.
Yeah, I agree with much of what Mark says, and I'm not prepared at this point to support this moratorium on just the suggestion that there are properties that could be demolished downtown. think I've seen the way real estate has worked in Lyons. It seems to move at a snail's pace, and particularly this market seems to be a little depressed. I don't see the alacrity past this. I do support exploration of a historic district, and I'm anxious to see the regulations that are put forward for that. But at this point, I think a moratorium is a bit hasty, so I am not going to support this.
Interesting, Henry.
I support the moratorium, but I agree with the discussion that we need to do more investigation. And we need to give more notice to the residents, so. I will vote no tonight and hopefully and maybe there's other options besides a moratorium. So I'd like to see those explored either by staff or before this comes back to us next week.
I do see the concern for it. I feel like when we look at two big holes in the ground, of course, one of those came from a fire. That we certainly would not want to see that again, and the preserving. I think for me, it was even when I looked at the report on the culverts and just saw the beautiful sandstone work that was done there, somehow wanted pictures of it up somewhere, because it's just so beautiful, and we don't see it, it's all underground. But I do think that this is too short. I don't think anybody's gonna rush into anything in 2 weeks. I would prefer to see this postponed to a date certain, July 21. I know we already have a pretty full meeting on July 21. And someone's going to have to remind me of what the process is.
You can. You do have a motion and a second, so you'll have to vote.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you can move to continue. Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah, yes, can we move to continue this?
Yeah, that motion will take precedence over the one that's on the floor. So anyone can move to continue at any time and take a vote on that.
And do we have such a motion?
It's right now.
Excuse me?
We don't right now, so we don't have to make it.
I would like to make a motion, we continue this to a date certain, being July 21st, and that's my motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any
A
discussion?
bit of discussion there. Mayor Rogan is dealing with family issues, and this is her proposal. Even if Mayor Rogan and I end up not agreeing on this, I think it would be fair to have her here to discuss it. So rather than just voting it down, I think it's more appropriate to defer it to the 21st, where she can be here and provide her viewpoints.
And I also am comfortable, as the representative from the board on the Historic Preservation Committee, I do have questions about whether this is something we want to be tackling during this term as well. So for me, when I first saw this or first heard it, I think I missed the first meeting where it was discussed, but at the second meeting, I was decidedly silent on it because I didn't want to interfere with the commission's work, but I do have my own questions about that. So with that, well, I'll call for a vote then.
One more question first. Is the staff able to, do we have ability through utilities, email addresses or something to notify downtown property owners?
Sure. We have in our economic vitality area, we have businesses as a separate group. We can notify them. It was an unusual week. We had lots of staff gone too, so it was like, I'll just kind of. We're happy to do that.
I will call for the vote then.
That motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you for that. Moving on to discussion direction to staff on fire litigation projects. Do you want to have a staff report on this?
I'm happy to do a quick synopsis, or if you feel
Sure, that'd
like.
be great.
All right, this is a follow-up from our workshop, one of our workshop items. Again, this is just discussion and direction on our 2025 fire mitigation funding and priorities for town properties. This focuses on, again, 3 parcels: the Lyons Valley Park open space parcel, the Martin parcel, and the Eagle Canyon open space parcel. Staff has gotten quotes for goat grazing again, and the total for doing the Lyons Valley Park parcel and the Eagle Canyon open space parcel is $14,500. Staff had based on previous updates to the board, intended to move forward with that in mid-June. They have fallen a little bit behind with the wet spring and then a family emergency. And are planning to be here in the next couple of weeks. I think the larger discussion is how the rest of the funding that's available is used. Staff had planned to move forward with additional fire mitigation efforts for removing dead and downed wood, including, dead trees and then downed wood on the Martin parcel and the Lions Valley Park parcel. And wanted to discuss that with the board, and we discussed that at our workshop. And so now just looking for clear consensus and direction on those parcels. We have the bids that I provided for you and do plan on getting additional bids. Have a meeting with Left Hand Fire next Monday on the 14th. And then have some others that we can call as well, including a company called Hemp Hill Excavation. And then we do have some others that we can reach out to.
Okay. Who would like to start our discussion on this?
My opinion is, I know this is a limited time when you can get the goats working, so I would suggest we go ahead with the goats. Solicit those additional bids, but I think we need to, given the seriousness of the issue, I think we need to put some sort of limitation, perhaps a month, on getting alternate bids in. You have the two, you have Left Hand and the other, which I assume has heavy equipment as well.
They do, yes, yeah.
Trustee Browning had a suggestion that Boulder County has another list of possible.
Yep.
So you might consult that list as well.
Certainly can do that.
Anything else?
Nope.
I'm pretty much in agreement with Trustee Lowell on that. I think all of these things are, I agree, we should go forward with the goats. That's easily within the budget. The bids, particularly on the Martin parcel, struck me as being a bit high because part of that parcel has already been mitigated before. But I do think this is high priority. It needs expedited attention. If you total all those numbers up, it's above the amount that's in the budget. But as we've discussed several times, and Director Austin has told us, there is a substantial amount of money. I believe it's 400,000 thereabouts left over that is from the 2024 budget that has not been spent. There may be a priority or two higher than fire risk mitigation that we could spend those unappropriated funds on. I'd be hard pressed to come up with it at the moment. So I think that once we get bids back, see how much is needed to do this, I would be very supportive. We're hoping the board would be supportive of appropriating as much of the leftover funds from 2024 as we need to cover this very important high priority expense. So I agree. Let's go forward with the bids, see if we can get other bids just to make sure, if they're in the same ballpark, fine. But let's just make sure we're getting a fair price for the taxpayers' money. Proceed with the Martin parcel. It's something we acquired, what now, 6 or 7 years ago, maybe. And it's time we owned our own property. And I know the property around it has some issues as well. But my view on that has always been, if we, the town, can't properly mitigate our own property, how do we expect others to do it? So, in fact, some neighboring property may not be in the best of shape, doesn't mean we should take care of our own property. We need to go forward.
Mr. Henry.
I agree with what Trustee Lowell said. Let's get the goats grazing and get the other bids. I will say, when I did the Wildfire Partners assessment a few years ago, they gave me a list of contractors too, so they have a list that's whether they do, the larger commercial type of it.
Yeah, if you want to send that to me, I'd be happy to look at it.
Anything else?
Nope.
Trustee Dillon.
So I say I'm all for the goats. And with the price of the Martin parcel and with it being bordered on 3 sides by river and water grass, I think even though it's a lot of stuff to burn, to me, it's not as high a priority as the other.
I believe it is as high a priority as the other two. I think we're gonna get those bids as soon as we possibly can. So that we can do everything that you're suggesting here. Is that adequate direction?
Hopefully for the next meeting, we'll have a resolution on consent with the low bidder and we'll see what.
Okay.
I do want to just add to this, Director Mitchell attended the PIO Public Information Officer meeting this morning in Boulder County. It does look like they are leaning towards implementing a stage 1 fire ban this week, possibly if Wednesday gets up to 100 degrees and conditions stay. So just they're saying that with all the additional vegetation this year from the early rain, we now have more source of burned material, so it'd be interesting. So we'll try to get this back for the next meeting,
Yeah,
but we'll get.
have one meeting set for next Monday and I'll push others to, come and take a look and get us what they can.
Can I ask an answer one question? Sure. Victoria.
Yes.
Do we know how many rebates have been applied for?
We have 5. We've had 5 and 4 were eligible. 4 went through the assessment process, and 1 did not. They did not share, I think my kind of indication of the email I saw was, I think 3 of them are the maximum amount. And the other one was not quite, but we can have a full update when we bring this back for you as well. But so far 5.
Glad to hear people are doing it.
Yeah.
Okay, you have what you need. Let's move on to security camera project. A short recap on that as well, please.
You bet. Again, follow up from the workshop. And there was $80,000 budgeted for this project in 2025, 40,000 in the general fund, 40,000 in parks. Staff put this out for RFP in April and bids were due in May. We got 10 proposals back, but only 4 vendors followed the RFP requirements and submitted all of the required documentation. The evaluation team, which included myself, a town engineer, Doles, and utilities director Kaplan, scored all the proposals, but they came in much higher. The proposals that came in range from 141,000 roughly to 169,000 roughly. And then also carried in monthly operational costs ranging from $500 to $200,000 or $2,000 per month, excuse me. We wanted to discuss with the board, given those costs being exceptionally high, if they wanted us to explore other options, including a potential off-the-shelf option that might be much lower in cost.
Thank you very much. Trustee Hamrick, you have some history here.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I think going with the off-the-shelf system, and I think that could be procured pretty reasonably, and like I was talking to David, get their feet wet with the technology and the capabilities, and it can be done pretty cheaply. You go from there versus, because those other numbers are saying.
Yeah, I agree with you, Trustee. I would look at off the shelf stuff.
I'm also in agreement. I think there'll be some learning curve putting those in place, but we have expert assistants, Trustee Henrik and Robin Sloan and others can tell you how to run those things. I'm in agreement.
And when I looked at the bids, I thought that's pretty ridiculous, and these companies have figured out how to just keep their hand in your wallet forever. So yeah, I'm in agreement with the rest of the trustees on this, so I feel like you've got adequate direction there.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Now discussion direction to staff on use of e-bikes within town limits. I would like to get a bit of a brief recap on that as well before.
You bet. In April, the board wanted the Parks and Rec Commission to take a look at the use of e-bikes in parks. Staff took a look at the state regulations and classifications for the use of e-bikes and brought it to the Parks and Recreation Commission. There are generally 3 classes of e-bikes. We looked at our neighboring communities as well. and put together basically an informational sheet that I included. That does show the three different classifications of e-bikes. We looked at Longmont, Erie, Boulder, and Louisville were the four main communities that we looked at, just so you're aware. The PRC made a recommendation that they were in general agreement with the information that we put together. Generally, class 1 and 2 e-bikes are allowed on pedestrian and bicycle paths, multi-use paths. They are generally limited to 20 miles an hour, max speeds. Class 3 go up to 28 miles per hour, and you have to be 16 or older to operate, and are not allowed on pedestrian and bicycle paths. They also make a classification, most communities are on what are not e-bikes. And those tend to be anything that are over 750 watts or over 4,500 watts. And those tend to be low-powered scooters and motors classified as motorcycles. And those are not allowed on pathways and in many instances restricted to streets. And so it is definitely a discussion that communities are having. There was a lot of talk about enforcement because e-bikes in particular are different to distinguish between, but is something that communities and various park areas are talking about because they're being used a lot more frequently. People are buying them and they are causing issues.
And of course, we heard from the sheriff's report that we're in kind of early infancy of this as a civic issue. So there's not a whole lot to offer some of that. You do have thoughts of your own as well as from the Parks and Rec of this, Mr. Wilson.
Yeah, I kind of think that class 1 and 2 should be allowed. That's what Parks and Rec said as well.
Yeah, Trustee Bradley?
Yeah, I have another question, a thought that occurred to me in between workshop and now. If we were to do a rule similar to what we do for golf carts, they're only allowed on the trail along Highway 36, but not on other parts of the parks, trails in town. My hesitancy in doing that is there may be some people, mobility impaired, handicapped, e-bike is affordable means of transportation. Would it, do you think it would be possible that somebody could apply for, leave it open for someone to apply for a permit to use e-bikes, class 1 and 2 on town parks and trails by showing the personal need for it, they're elderly and they own an e-bike and it's their own means of transportation and can't ride a regular bike for some reason. I hate to foreclose off that possibility. That's where I'm standing generally on this, is I'd like to see the same rule as golf carts as allowed on that one trail, not on others, because I don't think it's gonna be possible for the code enforcement officer or even sheriffs to put a bike zipping down the trail and know whether it's a class 1 or 2, 3, 5. You think that's something that?
You know, I don't have a good handle on how many there are in town, but I do agree they're growing exponentially. I was told, after workshop and before the meeting that, a person that was using a class 1 bike, was stopped on an open space trail. And they said that the officer that stopped them said, if you basically have a handicap sticker, we'll let you go very slowly, class 1 on our trail. But you have to show disability or to do so.
I wondered.
So maybe they'll make.
So we don't have to be the ones to determine
Maybe
that.
they'll make a little handicap.
So somebody gets a handicap sticker for their car.
Yeah, you could be eligible. Again, you know, to me, it's more about the speed they're going.
Is that a state thing?
For the handicap stickers?
They just.
Yeah.
You, when my mom got hers, when she got sick, you're issued a letter by your doctor. And it's issued like for 2 years, and then in 2 years you have to get another letter for, unless it's a permanent disability.
So if someone had that and brought it in, we could do a registration similar to a golf cart
Exactly.
and give them a sticker they put on their bike. I'm. For me, it's again, it's the people who aren't following the rules, like they're not yielding to pets, they're not yielding to bikes. They're not, they're going a little too fast, they're bringing up all the dust, and someone's gonna get hit by one. But we could probably look into permitting for a disability.
I'm not suggesting licensure e-bikes like you got at this license at golf cart, but just if you want to use one and you do have some disability, then you would present a letter from the doctor or something. So I don't think it would be very many.
We do, the other place we do allow golf carts is the main stretch in Bone Park to take out to the dog. That is allowed. Not within the park, but the
Golf carts are also.
you can take the golf cart to the dog. Can't take it inside. Yeah, so that would be another place I could see, if someone wanted to do an e-bike to the dog park to sit and watch people or something, but.
Trying to visualize the dog going up, following along with the e-bike.
I know. Well, some carry the little backpacks and goes, but, I think the other part of this is not only what do we want on our trails, but do we want to limit class 3s to streets only?
Yeah, that to me is a no brainer.
Yeah,
Or not at all, I guess.
I'm conflicted. I would like to see class 1 through 3. And on town trails, for the simple reason that it's tough enough with bikes, long bikes and road bikes coming around some of those blind corners and sneaking up on you. And we have to remember that the majority of trails in town, solitude and nature and pedestrian exercise. And I don't think they have a place on the town trails. And I do believe whatever we decide should be codified under 8.3.10 of the municipal code. So. I'd like to see them. Yeah,
Steve Hammer.
I think banning those, in my opinion, would be very short-sighted. I think e-bikes are gonna be the predominant mode of transportation. For instance, in my personal example, I live on a hill. I can't ride a bike up that hill. If I have an e-bike, I take the e-bike to go play pickleball, I drive along those trails, people walking, they go very slow. And that's why I originally said, maybe we should put a speed limit in or something, because I've been on the trails going from the Lobo, going from Loma to Boulder. Kids on those scooters are flying by you, even this, you're on a regular bike. E-bike, so I strongly feel that at least class 1 and 2, we should allow. I'm looking at Boulder County, they allow e-bikes on regional trails, on the plains trails, which ours are plains trails. And then they're prohibited primarily on those like the Hall and Nile Lake, the Rabbit Mountain. Yeah, so those areas where it would be more of a e-bike, mountain bike, trails. So I'm strongly in favor of support, at least class 1 and 2.
There's not a lot of consensus on this. There are only 5 of us here. I do not feel comfortable with us making a decision, and so I would prefer that we put this off until the next meeting and then give direction to you at that time. I do want us to do it. When is trustee?
She's on both.
She's on both. I'm comfortable moving forward with the mayor here. I think when making a direction on this, you all are. You're nothing. So I think we'll move that off to the 21st. Give you some direction there.
You need to know for that random.
No, it's just discussion direction. It's more of one of those nods.
I'm putting it off.
Anybody have a problem?
Or later, if trustee Daddy really, she's in communication, somebody, if she wants to really be heard out, I don't think she gets back to you. I don't think this is. emergency situation.
You good if we wait until the first meeting of August for that? Or- the next meeting is pretty hollow, wouldn't you guys, probably not have it on this meeting.
It's fine.
Yeah, it'll give me more time to ride my bike.
And let's move it to, the first meeting of August.
August 4th.
Yep.
Okay.
When is it then?
I'm good with that, yeah, okay.
All right, Flagstone Culvert project, I don't think we have to spend much time here.
There's a follow-up. We received the report on what repairs would need to be done to the large flagstone culvert that runs north and south between Fourth and Fifth. And staff wanted to see, based on the UEB and staff's input of it being a good report, and the trustees agreed that we should bring forward a resolution to accept that report as is. And then the second part was starting to then already proceed into that report, and what we might need to do based on the discussion I heard earlier. It sounded like there was a desire to find out the cost of all of the repairs that could be done. So I did already email the town engineer. He'd have to put a little time into it, but eventually then staff would bring back, budget will be coming up basically right around the corner, and we could bring back what the cost of the entire project is, along with some possible options for funding as we look at the budget for 26. That fire.
I'll start on this. I feel like the report is excellent, and I think accepting the report is something I would recommend. In terms of the rest, yes, I do feel like we need to have a better sense of what all the costs would be. And what possible financial mechanisms are there, what it would be like if we increased stormwater fee on that, if we switch to a different way of looking at that, to the amount of property as opposed to per property, a way that might bring in additional income there. Certainly, I want to hear more about the DOLA possibilities and what you think that amount is, what can happen there. Clearly, I think that I personally feel like everything that's listed as a high priority needs to be done now. I think the pictures alone probably scared me enough on that, even though a lot of those have not changed in 5 years. We also have not had a significantly major flooding event in the last 5 years either. But that's my thought on that. Mark, what are your thoughts?
I think going forward with, I think there were 12 that identified as, what was the term they used, life and safety, I believe. They were the highest priority and closest danger of collapse. If anybody wants to see what you're talking about, you can look at like frame 80 forward, appendix C of this report of these that are particular danger of collapse. And I heard this presentation at the UEB last week. And listened and watched and read with great interest over the weekend of what happened in the Texas Hill Country, where I spent a lot of time. The thing that caught my attention the most was the commissioner of Kerr County, Texas, who's no longer on the commission. When presented with a $50,000 budget item, and the annual budget is about $67 million to do the engineering and feasibility study for a emergency warning system there. And he said, we can't afford it. There's a lot of things we can't afford, things dealing with life and safety. We've got to find a way to afford them. What County Administrator Simonson said in an email from Director Eiston this afternoon. I think that there's a big possibility of perhaps of a $250,000 grant if the estimated cost of the 12 life and safety aspects of this, 500,000. I think we can finance that from the existing stormwater fund, perhaps with a small increase. So I'm absolutely in favor of going for that. What to do beyond that, having looked through the stormwater study from 2016 many times, it's just a question of how much you're going to do. Do you want to address the drainage and detention pond issues that have never been addressed up at the top of the drainage area? What do you want to do with the old bridge, the downtown section? It's just that becomes a question of how much can we afford, and it's not, because of the life and safety degree, I think of these 12 things, those areas are not in danger of imminent collapse, but they're things that we know would be beneficial in terms of flood prevention. Read that report carefully. It was a well done report too. I think it was right water engineers.
Martin and Martin.
Martin, no, not this one. I mean, 2016.
Oh,
It's a-
icon.
It was a very
The stormwater.
technical report. They made it clear what the risks are from a stormwater runoff flood. From Steamboat Valley down through this culvert in, I would point out, we're talking about the health of downtown. This culvert ends in downtown Lyons in the main business district. It goes under the main district of Lyons. And so I don't think we could find 6 million or 10 million to fix the whole thing. But getting started on it, doing these life and safety aspects now is something we should have done it in the past, and we need to get going on it. I want to give some particular shout out here to Lee Hall of the Building and Engineering Board. Maybe 3 or 4 years ago, he went down and did his own personal survey of some of these things. Some of his photographs from that time look very much like the dangerous ones. He, at some personal risk, even went down and called me these culverts. I looked at them and has continually brought this up. We can't just leave this. We got to do something about this. We got to do something about this. UVB has agreed with him, and I appreciate all their efforts of these in particular. Pleased to see that we're finally moving forward on this.
Hey, trustee Dillon.
So I agree with all that Brian said, so let's accept the report and let's explore the 500K over the rate to that. Go forward.
I'm in favor of it as well. And 12. I would like to know why, hear the reason why they say none of the open call. It seems maybe a couple of them could be done as a over. Save on some costs.
Did you pick that up?
Yep. You can add that in. It's in there's some information in the study on it. I wish I just should have nothing down and talked about why.
Trustee Hunter.
Yeah, I'm in support of what trustee Browning said, the life safety issues. I'd be interested and then pursue the Dolan grant, of course. And then just curious offhand what the mobilization cost, if we did the whole thing, would we say 5% or 30%? My gut tells me it's probably not tons, but we don't have the money to do the whole thing, but it'd be interesting to know what the potential delta would be between the whole shebang and doing the life safety.
And I did hear from Mayor Rogan on this. She said on the culvert issue, I agree, we should prioritize within the high priority area to address urgent health and safety issues. I'm open to moving forward on stormwater fee increase to help offset this cost, but also be interested in discussing using infrastructure tax monies to assist, as well as looking at real rates. So is that adequate?
Yep.
On that?
Yeah.
Okay, it is almost 9. I'm assuming that probably we all want to go ahead and go through the whole entire agenda tonight, since there's not a whole lot left. Let's take a 5-minute break. Resolution 2025-48, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending the Lyons fee schedule to temporarily set 2026 camping rates. Staff report, please.
Yes, we discussed this at the workshop also. This is looking at a resolution to temporarily set camping rates for 2026. Primarily an increase in tent and RV rates for the peak season. Annually, we start to get reservations for the following year around July, and we are starting to see that. I think we've gotten 50 or 60 reservations already for the 2026 season. Finance Director Istone contacted park staff and said, per our discussion for the 2025 budget season, that we would look at increasing rates for 2026. We should look at a resolution now because reservations are already starting to take place. And so this resolution would look at temporarily setting 2026 rates and looking at increases for those reservations that are starting to happen now.
Anything else from the rest of staff on this? Any questions for staff?
This wouldn't affect the rates for the rest of this summer, it'd just be effective January.
No, all the fee schedule rates that were approved by the board and for 2025 that are on the fee schedule would still be for 2025. These would just be for people that are trying to reserve for 2026.
Any other questions for staff? I will entertain a motion.
I move resolution 2025-48, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending the Lyons fee schedule to temporarily set 2026 camping rates.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. Yes.
I think this is a very good idea to get ahead of the curve, and I think there will be big demand in 2026, particularly because of uncertainty about camping availability rules in national parks. I think you're gonna see demand increase. From the survey of other places in the area that was done, I think even these increased rates are very fair and reasonable. And I commend staff for thinking ahead and acting early on this. I think it's a good thing to do.
I agree. I think it's a good idea. And best camping spot in the world, and we're in Johnson Park.
I really is. It really is.
And for that reason, I think we should charge a hell of a lot more. No, I'm serious. I camp all over the place in my RV and, like this Gopher Gulch, it's sitting on a dirt patch, no trees, nothing. I mean, so you spend 70, 80, $100. I mean, so it's a beautiful park. And so we can charge $100 a night easy.
We'll entertain that for 2027.
Well, we can adjust still in December for, this is just to like get it, yeah.
And we can on that budget, go ahead and make it that it needs to ship. That it does ship in July. I mean, we're doing this for the rest of the year, but when we get to the budget year for next year, we can go ahead and build that in from now on.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Sure, we want to do that, yeah.
I think
Motion is
our staff and particularly Director Istone for seeing the money that we could be making additionally here. And I call for a vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll come back to one of the two issues that I think I need a little more from the staff, even than I got during our thing, because I still don't understand. Water rights policy, let's talk about that.
So we had the amendment to our IGA with Longmont, where Longmont allows us now to submit either Lake McIntosh Reservoir shares or Colorado Big Thompson shares for any of the service connections that we have to the water system. With that change, there was a discussion of what Lyons policy would be to those who connect and whether there should be some specifications on when you can use Lake McIntosh versus when you might have to submit Colorado Big Thompson shares. And the previous discussion was on whether or not there could just be a policy that was developed via resolution, something that might say Well, if you're doing affordable housing or attainable housing or commercial development, you can submit Lake McIntosh shares. If you do single family residential, you need to submit Colorado Big Thompson. That would be one option, to put a policy in place via a resolution, leaving all of the municipal code as it is. That may require every time it comes that, based on what the current code is, the board would have to defer or make the decision to make a change based on what the current code is. So with the UEB's review of this and staff's review, it was that we should probably change the current municipal code so that we had a policy that matched what we wanted to see for our water rights requirements. Currently, there's 3 or 4 pages worth of code that was in the packet that talks about what we currently have for the annexation requirements, including going into types of water rights that we won't actually accept because they don't meet our current needs or the Longmont agreement, going into amounts of water right requirements that we don't really expect anymore, because we're looking at the number of service connections, not just the area that's going to be annexed into town. So staff was wondering if we should be moving forward with bringing an ordinance that would modify the code for water rights requirements, moving it from the annexation and subdivision part of the code up to the water utility part of the code that also presents the tap fees. And so staff would bring in first draft to the UEB and then have their review, and then bring a potential ordinance for first reading to the Board of Trustees, possibly at one of the August meetings.
Trustee Lowe.
Yeah, no, I agree. Change the ordinance and bring it before for acceptance.
Steve. You.
Brown again. Yeah,
Right.
fixing, making the code, more accessible by moving this where it really belongs to the water rights section makes absolute sense. And I want to make sure, in case there's any confusion, I think the prior board discussion about setting, Lake McIntosh use by policy was specifically directed to the issue of, is this board really in favor of using Lake McIntosh shares for market rate single family homes? We can still amend this code to make it more, put it in the place where it belongs in the water rights code. That code can make the acceptance of particular water rights, CBT, Lake McIntosh shares, or cash in lieu discretionary with the board. But I think the board's direction was, we didn't need to codify the policy of not using Lake McIntosh shares for market rate single family homes. That could still be done by resolution and policy, and the reason that we talked about for doing that, make it more flexible. We wouldn't have to amend the code if some future project came along that was a desirable project, but the code, but it had a single family component to it, market rate component, and it was, oh, we can't do that unless we amend the code. So amend the code in a way that makes sense. We can adopt by resolution a separate policy that a future board can change if they want to more easily than amending the code. I think we can do both of those things. And I think the change from making it an acreage based water rights calculation to a connection based water rights calculation makes a very good sense. And there's a very good example of that. The back portion of the Tebow property, which is what, 3 acres, something like that, and I don't know if it's going to be adjusted. If we use that existing code language that sets the number of water, the amount of water rights based on acreage, that may well deter somebody from proceeding with multifamily housing back there. Whereas if we make it based on the number of water connections, they could size their project appropriately for the number of connections and to factor it into their budget, as opposed to having to start with, oh, this is 3 acres, it's going to require this many connections. So that's an example of where that would make sense, and I think that's something that we should do, and I think that's what Longmont does now, right? They basically base theirs on
Service
water use or.
No, they're
Well,
really,
theirs is different.
There's a-
Yeah, that's right. Theirs is different because they have a different set of, but I think that these things make sense and the UEB's looked at them and they've recommended them and I think it's something we should do. I'm glad we're getting that done.
Trustee Hammer?
Yeah, I think we're talking two different issues, so I think we need to set the policy by resolution. And give future, this board and future boards flexibility, in deciding how to use like max shares and then clean up the code. Through the board.
I think code with no witness.
Yeah.
And moving it to section 13.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree with you, UEB, they know more than I do, and they looked into it more deeply and. I accept that.
They're just so darn smart, I would find it typical to strongly disagree with them about anything, I think lightning might strike. Not just my house, but you know, me personally. Darren, do you have your
Yeah.
direction on that?
yes, Cindy.
Okay, we're good. Alrighty, let's move on to electric then.
On the electric, we had the Longmont Electric Service Territory questions. The priority being whether or not we should be moving forward with the properties out on the eastern corridor where new development could potentially pay for the full cost of taking over the properties. Having one that's currently up for discussion, whether or not we should be telling them to talk to Longmont for your long-term power. We did get the temporary power agreement from Longmont already in place to provide them temporary power, but need to make a decision for long-term with this development and the others on the eastern corridor as the priority. And then if there was any desire based on that decision, to have any incentives put in place or just leave it up to any development to come with any requests through a development agreement. Would there be a request to put in an economic development type incentive for taking over some of the territories if it was desired to move forward with those territories, or leave it for an individual development to just come forward on their own and ask as they can for any other requests?
Hey, Hamrick, what do you think?
Absent of a long-term plan, I think we should be opportunistic about each side. Cause I don't think the economics make sense. If I'm a business moving in there and get cheaper power elsewhere, why not? So, you know, I heard Chair Kurt
Yeah.
say, you know, longer term, there's gonna be streetlights out there. And what was the other thing? Public works. So you do the math.
Higher density where.
Yeah, potentially higher. So until I would like to see a longer term business case that would suggest that makes sense. I still don't believe the numbers would work, but,
For the utility or for the individual business? You're more concerned about the business side of it getting the better deal than the
Well-
utility as the overall,
both.
okay?
I mean, it's gotta come together. Yeah. So right now, I mean, just given what we know and given the couple examples and the break even ROI, doesn't make business sense in my mind to go forward.
Craig,
You know, I understand the economy of scale we talk about, if we were to have all of the businesses out there. On the line system, but on the other hand, we try to be business friendly, and I'd like to have the businesses have the choice of going with either their Longmont or Alliance. I don't believe. If we give an incentive, we should give it to the individual businesses if they request it. I don't think we should go ahead and just blanket say we're gonna pay $13,000 up front. So as long as. Yeah. I'm still conflicted on the whole thing. I need to get smart about it too.
from the business perspective, I can't find why a business would want to do it with us when they like they're gonna get it cheaper for Longmont, though I do understand that there are some some question with them. And how it's done differently. But Chairman Kerr convinced me that from our perspective, there's a savings. For us. But you know, when we have so much desire. And our number one concern, the last board talked about this a lot. Was development, eastern quarter, eastern, you know, that's really the only place we can do much development. And to me, to make it business friendly, you know, when I look at. Tamburello and, I mean, that, other than the improvements they made by the river, that is still sitting there. It's not gonna be an easy. Development, project for them. I don't wanna see us create obstacles financially related to that. So I'm also a little of two minds on this. I mean, to me, it was like, no, I don't know why we'd wanna do it till Chairman Curtis said what he said, and it was like, oh, yeah. There was our own, balancing our own budget, I'm not sure. That's probably not helpful. Mark,
I'm in favor of the town adding this service territory. If the cost to the town are minimal, I do not think the town should pay. Town, being the ratepayers, should pay the cost for individual businesses to reimburse the transfer fees from law. It's $13,000 a year, I can't see the town paying that, if the. Property owner in that particular case is willing to pay it. If the town accepts that service to her, then we accept some long-term obligations of maintaining our. Providing enough power, reasonable cost, doing the maintenance, that type of thing. Repairs if it's necessary to be repairs. So there are some obligations from the town going forward, but I agree with what Trustee Emmerich said too. If the individual business thinks that its profitability is best served by going with Longmont, that's what they should do. And that would be, to me, that is business friendly, is providing them an option. If for some reason they feel more comfortable, maybe we can provide service during the tiny speck in Longmont's electric system. They probably get more attention in terms of their utility service from the town of Lyons than they would in Longmont. If for that reason or some other, they want to join the Longmont service territory, the Lyons service territory, I'm fine with that. But I do not think ratepayers should start paying fees, transfer of service fees for individual businesses. I think that's just the cost of doing business, and they can figure out which makes the most economic sense for them.
and I think, yeah, I need to be clear from my perspective, and I can have some clarity. For your sake, I actually believe I believe the business side of this with what Trustee Henrik and what Trustee Browning are saying. Against precedence, I don't think we wanna, I think they get the option of what they want to do with this.
So I say leave it up to the businesses to decide, because I think by having successful businesses, the town would get more in tax and everything than we would from having them use our electricity.
The mayor did not weigh in on this one with me, unless she did with you, Victoria.
Nothing more than her email to you.
So that, there's some clarity there for you, right?
Right, so I will let them know particular ones that are there now that the choice, they can go to Longmont and see what they're gonna pay. Or they can come to us and see what it would cost. And then just to note, we'll probably have to modify the agreement with Tebow. So that'll probably come back, we'll probably wait till he develops, but ours, we said he had to do whatever the costs were to connect to Lion.
Yeah, I wasn't meaning to change the Tebow contract. If Tebow contractually obligated their company to do this, then I wasn't suggesting we change that.
Okay,
I wouldn't suggest we make that change. And now, if they decide that it's financially prohibitive for them to do that, and they want to come to us and try to negotiate a contract amendment or something, that'd be fine, but I wasn't suggesting we alter an existing contract.
Yeah, I thought that was a done deal with people.
And then
Anybody else have
I
a,
don't wanna mess with it.
yeah,
unless they come back, and then there'll be the annexation that you just heard, which will come forward too, which will also then. They will have the choice of which one they want, and we present them with the choice. That's sort of the question as these properties come in, the staff should be telling them to either to talk to Longmont and then talk to us. Or,
I think that's correct, yes.
The 4497 Ute Highway is in Longmont's territory as well.
yes,
Yeah, everything on that north side
If they stay,
would be
if that
nice.
place,
to have on
How
ours.
that
far-
place stays closed for 12 months, so that doesn't have much really small electric bills. That might reduce their fee really low, right?
if we stick with this agreement, it will have to go back to Longmont too, if we're doing individually and.
Is there a way to give them incentive? Cause it would seem to me that that might be one we would want them more than the others. Is that correct or? just-
No, I don't see, I would
No?
think,
Okay.
well, the TiVo one we're saying is there. It's gonna get more expensive for each individual as we don't do more because they have to pay for the whole
Yeah,
build out cost of. So, right, we can get a transformer that can cover 2 or 3 of them, and the wire coming off the existing wire is gonna go to this whole section. So if we're isolating it to just one, and it gets sporadic if we do have one here, especially if you go back behind. So let's say the one on the highway is not the town, and the one in the back property decides they want it to be,
It's a mess.
it gets a little more confusing.
It also, from a emergency perspective, when we have to cut power, it really makes it is difficult when like along the Spirit Hound stretch. One's in, one's out, one's in, one's out, where there's the McConnell corner goes down. We always have to figure out, is it Poudre Valley Lions or Longmont, and all three get called out. It isn't very efficient. But on the north side too of Highway 66, knowing that you're considering time of use and those all being commercial, it would be quite a revenue generator for the town of Lyons compared to our current methodology.
on the north side.
Well, south too,
Well,
but
south too,
we only
but I
have
have-
that one
Yeah,
business
okay.
right now.
As it stands now, on the north side, the agreement with T-Bo says they will pay the cost of going onto the town of Lyons Electric.
Yes.
Yes, which, yeah, then may make it more feasible for everyone else.
Okay, you good?
Yep, right, so I will be telling the other businesses or properties that they can make that choice.
Okay, who wants to talk to us about Summit?
I had that one too.
Lucky you.
So, right, we've gone through many times over the years now. Trying to look at the acceptance of the final public improvements. So the last time this came up, or the last section last fall was they had finished the houses, they had not finished potentially all of the public improvement area because of the landscaping in particular that would be on the public property, the landscaping along the sidewalks, anything in the right of way could potentially be part of the public improvements that are accepted to the town. It wasn't included in the packet, was it, what I just sent to you, Mark, the estimate of cost? You didn't think about that till just a few hours ago. The estimate of cost for the public improvements that are being accepted does include some landscaping costs there. So we were looking at some of the landscaping as public improvement because it would be along the right of way, potentially the detention pond area. The landscaping on the individual lots or any of the private property is not public improvement. And so it would seem like that landscaping, anything with that should not be something holding up considering this project to be final, closed out, and we accept the public improvements. So they have gone and replaced all the trees that were talked about, which are something that's in the right of way in some areas.
And I noticed all of them are still living at this point.
Right, it was pretty recent. We'll see in next year, 6 months. They said they've seeded all of the areas. I've had some question on some of the seeding, in particular on what are rock wall area, not the straight rock walls, but they were supposed to seed even some of these rocky areas that were quite vertical, with the comment that they thought there was enough little crevices and dirt that it might take, but They have said they have seeded, they've taken away the cedar. I don't expect a whole lot of seeding. So staff is coming with the idea that it does look like the public improvements have been completed. And we close out the project, which accepts the public improvements. Right now, officially, the public improvements would still be on Summit, Lions Valley Townhomes, to take care of problems. If the road broke, and I don't know how easy it's going to be to get that taken care of. We're not starting the warranty period that we're still supposed to have. I don't know how, I've mentioned this to them, that this would start a warranty and you're still responsible for another year. But just to try to get it into our books, I don't know how much it matters whether or not we have all of this financially listed as town assets with the water and the sewer. But it did appear that they were finished. So should staff bring forward a resolution accepting these public improvements? We accepted one earlier for 501 Main Street. Then the second question became, what do we do with that 50,000 that we're still holding on to? If we're stating that the public improvements are completed, that potentially is the last trigger to pay them their remaining $50,000. But we do know we've had these concerns about the landscaping. They actually were fined and sent out tickets for not doing some of it, and the seeding and concerns with that. We'll see what's there. There is a small $600 balance on the water they use to do the hydro seeding. So they'd have to close these out. Some discussion that came up after this was, could we keep that as retainage like we do in a project for the warranty period? I don't know what it would require legally from an agreement, if it's worth even trying to pursue that. So do we bring an ordinance, do we bring a resolution accepting the public improvements? Do we want to look at any other way to try to retain the 50,000? Or should we set them, pay them minus whatever they still owe us left?
And you're looking for our direction and also legal advice, so maybe we'll go to Attorney General.
Yeah, I mean, it's some of this I wouldn't want to talk about in a public session about certain interpretations of the contract document. But what I can say is that, you know, the Fourth Amendment to the development agreement did require them to do landscaping in accordance with the landscaping plan. Now that has been accepted, this is also, you know, a code violation that could be prosecuted under the general penalty provision of the municipal code. It's also potentially a nuisance that could be prosecuted that way. So there are options outside of this agreement as well. But I don't feel comfortable getting into certain specifics on interpretation on retainage as part of an open session.
So, are you saying that there is a separate retainage amount in addition to the 50?
No, could we use that?
There's not.
No, I think it's.
Do we want to even look into the right, would the board, is it worth trying to have then an executive session at the next meeting to discuss this in more detail? Or do we close it out and you look at the other options that were mentioned, such as tickets, nuisance, and continue that method?
Accepting public improvements includes the roads, the infrastructure, the sidewalk, and just the town rights of way along the roads, correct?
Yes.
So you're okay with those? I mean, to me, I go, okay, looks all right to me. The roads look fine.
Yes, there was everything
The sidewalk
except
was
land,
fine.
except some of the seating and whether or not.
Right
that took-
away, it looks
Yeah.
like hell, but so do the rest of the landscaping there. So
But does that trigger, if we accept that, does it trigger the
Yes.
$50,000?
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
according to the agreement we struck with them,
Yeah.
that was the last payment to be made.
Yes.
So pay them the $50,000, accept the public improvements, and then just go on a case by case basis. I mean, we have a code compliance officer now, and if
He's issued violations.
Right, we started doing that.
Issue in the violations.
So what kind of teeth does that have? You know, can a corporation like that just ignore it and know that the legal cost to us and trying to get them to comply with payment is gonna be greater than we're willing to do, and so they just leave it look, because it looks, I mean, it looks awful. These properties look awful, including the multifamily properties, which my understanding is we had a little bit more leverage there.
On
With
landscape.
design leverage.
Yeah, we don't have design standards on single family homes for landscaping, so they could leave them like that. The only thing we have for leverage is the weed height, noxious weeds.
Right.
Which we've started issuing citations, and I wanna make it very clear, the citations are to the property management company, not the tenants. I just wanna make that very
What
clear.
is one of those citations?
$75,
How much?
75, and then the next one would be 150, and then the third one, we can say, we'd like to see you, we'd like you to talk to the judge.
So, to me, when we talked about fire mitigation earlier, I was over there today, and if you go around the back,
Yes,
the back looks worse than the front.
It is true.
they were
Because
supposed to
then
get
they
all the
took all
trash.
the thistle and the Russian, whatever it is, the tumbleweeds. They just whacked it down and basically left it. I mean, there's dry and it's only getting drier, flammable material down there. I know we can't necessarily cite them for that because they have knocked down the weeds, they just haven't picked them up. I pay them $50,000. I mean, let's be shed of it and then just treat them as private citizens, and if they have violations, we cite them. What else can we do?
Trustee Hamrick, what do you think?
I tend to agree with trustee Law. I mean, if they made these public improvements and spent tons of capital on it, we owe that to them. And, I mean, it would be nice to have a little retainage to get the landscape, because even if we just cite them, are they ever gonna get the landscape up to stuff?
And that we legally, we could not withhold any of that. Brandon, we couldn't withhold any of that against already extant fines that are out there that have not been paid.
Certainly not fines. That would not be an option, no.
Okay.
Or landscaping is not included in public improvements.
Some of
So like,
it, but not all of
Just,
it.
some of it is.
But you're telling us that is,
so if we owe it to
that's
them, we
been
should
done
pay it.
to, you're satisfied. Look,
To as good as I think we're gonna get it,
yeah, and I hear what you're saying. I'm not saying is it excellent. I'm just saying
yes,
you think they've complied.
yes.
Since the staff has advised us that the public improvements have essentially been completed, I can't see trying to convert the 50,000 that was specifically tied in the agreement to completion of the public improvements to some other purpose of using it for retaining or offsets against fines or something. I think we need to do that. We do have means under the code to make them cut their weeds, do things that other property owners need to do. But I think that parceling out the $150,000 of ARP money has served its purpose. It basically, they've kind of had to continue to work with us all along, and they have to some extent. I don't think they've done everything right. But I think we're at the point where we need to do a resolution accepting the public agreements.
Trustee Elman.
I agree with trustee Lowell.
Okay, I mean, it's pretty clear we've got 4 folks who believe that that's what needs to happen. I'm. You know, I mean, you're all right. It's just like, well, okay, so I'm not, this isn't a vote, but
Yeah.
So I just feel like I wanna say, I think this sucks, but it's correct. Yes.
Yeah, it is interesting to me that they haven't requested it.
And
I can't
so
quite
that's-
figure that out. And the other thing is, and this probably should maybe be more in an executive session. But the other thing is, you know, when we do go through the nuisance process, at some point, the town can abate the nuisance. And then but we say, if we have to abate it ourselves, we're gonna charge you for the cost of that. That's where we were hoping to have some funds to do that, because if we have to go abate all those yards, it's gonna be a lot of money.
And it's
And
likely
so,
to happen.
but that is in our code that says the town can choose to abate the nuisance themselves. And in some cases, you apply it back, you can put a lien on their property,
Yeah,
that they can't sell it until it takes a first, what do they call it, first seat.
seniority.
If they ever sell the property, then we get paid back. But in this case, to abate this, so it would take a chunk of that money, if not all of it.
Brandon, you have any thoughts on this?
I mean, I think any other thoughts I would have, if we want to explore alternatives, again, I'd want to have an executive session, would be very much get into legal strategy and, what options and weaknesses and strengths to various arguments.
Could we do that? I mean, that the four of you feel pretty firmly about that. I would prefer to see us take it to an executive session next time around and see what options we might have.
Would we like to ask the property management company to come and explain what's going on?
That just,
What will we talk about in that?
uh,
We can't talk about the individual.
no, I know we can't do that, but we can look at options on that 50,000.
Well, and you talked about the spirit of the agreement.
Right,
And,
yeah.
but we could invite Summit Housing Group and or Highland Property Management also, if you want to just ask them their plans directly. I mean, staff.
They were out, I think they come every Tuesday. I'm waiting to see what happens tomorrow. The last 2 weeks, they've been out there. And the last email, just when I had to work with them to help get their dumpster picked up. But that got done and they told me, oh, we're working on this. We should have the whole property done in 3 to 4 weeks. Like, if it's gonna take you 3 or 4 weeks, you're gonna have to start right over. You're never gonna get there.
I hate this, but actually I feel like there is consensus that this needs to be paid, closed out and paid, because staff is directing us, it's been essentially done.
So we will draft a resolution to put on
Yes.
consent for next time. And in the meantime, I will try to see if I can get an update from the property manager. And if you got one in writing, but if we could get one from,
And my guess
include in
is
the packet.
they haven't requested it because it's a big company, they got a whole bunch of it. I think they probably themselves think that, know that they've done a half-assed job of this. But the truth is, we've been informed that they have in fact completed their responsibilities.
It could be
Therefore, we
they
have a-
think the
we have a
landscaping is a public.
Ethical and
improvement.
legal obligation, I think, to close it out. So
Okay.
that's the direction.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
And maybe at some point in the future, we can talk about single family.
Design
Landscape
standards.
requirements.
Basics.
Yep. I don't know.
I thought that might come up with WUI type.
Yeah, that's true, yep. Okay, thank you. Trustee reports, start with trustee.
Parks and Rec has not met since our last meeting.
Okay,
The EDC has not met since our last meeting. The UEB did, but most of what they talked about was on our agenda tonight. They are continuing to look at the streetlights study, which unfortunately was not done quite as well as the study of Harvard. So it's taking some time and effort to go through that, but that's something they're continuing to work on. Oh, I forgot one other thing that I want to mention, that in emails with staff, but I wanted to inform the rest of the board and the public about it. For quite some time, the town has been in communication with the Boulder County Assessor's Office about a misclassified commercial property in Lyons that is erroneously half classified as residential and hasn't been residential for
Yeah.
not just years, but probably decades. They've been saying they're gonna look into it, they'll try to fix it, they never did, so. I asked staff if we could put on the next meeting's agenda an item that basically would authorize either the mayor or the county administrator to formally, in writing by letter, request Boulder County to do something to finally fix their error on this property. It's costing Boulder County tax money, it's costing the town tax money, the school district tax money. And it shouldn't come to that, and I'm hoping between now and then, they'll actually do something finally to fix it. But you would hope that back and forth communication between a local town government and a county tax assessor, they should work together, because people in the town staff know the local properties better than the people in Boulder do. But when that communication has been going on for really years now and hadn't been fixed, it may be time for the board in public to say, would you please fix this? Because it's costing us tax money and you tax money, and, you know, it should put more pressure on them. And anyway, it's just something that needs to be taken care of. It's not a huge item in terms of property tax revenue, but it's indicative of something that they should cooperate with us to try to make sure we get our property tax right, because it's not fair to the property owners who pay, commercial property owners who pay full 100% taxes for somebody next door to be paying less. Anyway, that may be coming on a future agenda if they don't volunteer. I hope that they give us assurance that they'll voluntarily take care of it. We don't have to deal with it as a board, but I did make that.
Sure, I should. I didn't know if
Sure,
you
you
wanted to
can
wait.
comment. Yeah, we have been working and we've been going property by property and confirming what we know and what they have.
Yeah.
And now this latest property that you brought to our attention is really not only a missed evaluation, you know, listed as both commercial residential and it's only commercial, but also their assessed value is 2/3 less than what it's listed at for sale.
Right. Yeah.
And so it is, yeah,
And that's not unusual. You obviously probably.
it changes.
But
every
it's something they need to look at, and I hope we don't have to do a formal request. I did make an agenda request about that, so I wanted to inform the board.
All right, I don't know if it's the assessor, but the Boulder County person I've worked with had the report on all the properties in the 300-400 block of Main Street, which any of them that couldn't have residential, because there's one even that says that can't in the 400, but others that don't have any residential, or if nothing else, could be mixed use because they're, but not fully residential because there's businesses there. And they said they have, I'll have to pull up the email and can present it
But we
then.
are working on cleanup property by property.
Okay, thanks.
Okay,
Ecology board meets on the 22nd, and with those two appointments that were made tonight, we've got, well, they have some shuffling to do, because with those two non-residents being appointed, there's now a majority of non-residents on the ecology board. Which may change because Chair Breckenridge is selling his house and he's going to be resigning soon. There are also a couple of both the non-residents and residents who are term limited. So many balls are being juggled, and hopefully we'll sort that out at the meeting coming up. I am not gonna be here for the first meeting in August. Where I'm going to be doesn't have any connections. As much as I love to see you people on my summer vacation, I think I'll take a pass this time.
just to clarify, I asked Director Cosgrove about that. He said at the meeting you were not at, that Mr. Breckenridge said he resigned. And he was resigning July 1st.
Okay,
And so one of the appointees is in town, one is not. So we are fine we have actually 5 in town now and 2 non-residents.
well,
Yeah, but anyway, there's,
yeah, I did.
he said that
I
you
had a
were,
convoluted email from Bob on
Yeah.
all of this, and my head is spinning with all the possible combinations. So,
but according to our records, we're still fine in regard to that. And all of the commissioners on all of the boards and commissions, not just ecology, have been told, you know, the code says you can remain seated until someone else is appointed. And so,
yeah.
okay. All right, so no August 4th.
What is that?
August 4th, I think.
This is fourth.
Okay,
It's some kind of Canadian holiday, but I don't think we observe them.
okay.
Trustee.
Nothing to report, the SFT's meeting Thursday night.
And I have nothing to report from the Historic Preservation Committee that we have not already talked about. I do want to say, I think on behalf of all of us, great concerns for Holly as she is working with elderly parents, which a lot of us have gone through and are incredible difficulties related to that. And I am glad we can be supportive of her in every way we possibly can. I know she hates missing these meetings. But I honor her work as a child. So with that, summary of action items.
Yes, number one, I have potential maintenance by the ponds, near McConnell for fire mitigation. Item two, an e-bike discussion, was moved to the next agenda, 7:21. Item three.
That's 7:28. We said 7:28 on that, right? Or I'm sorry, 8:4 on that.
8:4, okay.
Oh, wait a minute, you're not here at 8:4.
Right. 7:21 is our next meeting.
No, one was
Yeah,
moved to
but
July 21st and one was moved to
Oh,
August.
yes.
E-bike was moved to August 4th.
Yeah,
Yeah,
downtown,
e-bikes to 8:4, sorry, I
the
started
downtown commercial district moratorium was
7:21.
7:21.
Okay,
Yeah, let's keep that August 4 because he's already weighed in on what he thinks on that.
okay. Next I have, the board would like to see education on Siberian elms and the town right of way. The next item is a stop sign is needed on Noland and Stone Canyon. Item 5 is resolution 2025-47 was moved to a date certain of 7/21, and we are to notify the property owners on Main Street of that. Next, I have staff is to get additional bids for the Martin parcel fire mitigation. Check with Boulder County for potential contracts. Contractors next, security cameras, staff is to go forward with off-the-shelf products instead of the bids that were received. E-bikes moved to 8:4. Next, accept flagstone culvert report at the next meeting via resolution and get numbers on costs and potential funding. Next, water shares, draft a policy and accept via resolution and then also update the ordinance that's in place. Next was Long Run Electric Territory. The board decided to let the developer decide and it would be at their cost, not the town's. Number 12, Summit Housing, draft a resolution to accept the public improvements and issue the payment. Also get an update from property management. And the last item is work with the Boulder County Assessor on misclassified properties for assessments.
And draft a resolution accepting the public improvements for Summit.
Yep, got that.
Okay, and I had one other, but it was not significant. Oh, develop water we talked about, right? Mm-hmm. Oh, no, mine is just more detailed about the stormwater
Okay.
requests, so.
Anything else, Brandon?
Nope, you get all mine.
Okay, motion for adjournment. Second,
That motion passes unanimously.
thank you very much.
Good job, everyone.
Have a good night.
Good night.